making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. Astrolix with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Nothing quite like that intro video to get you hyped up, is there? Hello and welcome to the IEM Rio 2024 closed qualifiers for Europe. We do have the North American ones going alongside, but we're going to be focusing on the European side of things over here. I am Wolfie. My name is Jack Saunders. It's not Veronique, but we'll forgive the production guys for that. They're having a very stressful afternoon, so we'll let that one fly. And we are in for an absolute banger here. We have got fnatic up against 3D Max coming up first live on this stream. A matchup that has a lot of history to it, which is not something you'd expect to be saying when you consider these two lineups and the history of these organizations, especially 3D Max taking a long break from the scene before coming back and really starting to take some names. But first, we're going to focus on fnatic, the old stars, the team trying to rebuild from the bottom, and they are struggling to get that rebuild off the ground at the moment. Recent events not looking great, playing a lot of the tier 2, the tier 3 tournaments, not really getting anything done up against the 3D Max, who are really starting to make a name for themselves here. Unfortunately, not too long to go live in the pre-show, so we'll have a quick rundown of the veto. fnatic picking up Ancient, Anubis up next for 3D Max, and Inferno a decider if needed. And for those of you with an eagle pair of eyes and a photographic memory of Counter-Strike, you will realise that that veto is incredibly similar to when these two teams faced off against one another at the last season of ESL Pro League, season 19, back in April. The only difference being that we ended up on Overpass there as a result of Dust 2 not being in the map pool at the time, and now fnatic, of course, banning that pretty standardly in the second string. So some big questions to be asked, because again, those of you with a photographic memory who really do know their stuff about CS will remember that was a clean 2-0 for 3D Max back in ESL Pro League season 19. And more recently, we saw these two teams face off again. It was another clean 2-0 for 3D Max. That the best part of 3 weeks ago. I'll get there in the end. With fnatic trying to mix up the veto a little bit, going for the Vertigo pick first off the rip to try and get something going. So some nervy signs for the fans of fnatic that I'm sure we have loitering around to see if they can pull off the performance and get this done. There is, of course, the lower bracket, the potential salvation of that in this qualifier if required. But for a team of fnatic stature, they will not want to be headed there. They will want to have the individuals firing off. They will want to make a statement against the up-and-coming 3D Max. And they start on the T side of their map pick to try and do so. Almost immediately, a fast-paced play towards the B-bomb site from fnatic. Full mid-charge coming in from 3D Max. And, well, they've taken the scaffold. Body aware of the possibility. Matt is there with the shoulder peek. Maka able to trade an early 1-for-1. Matt is desperately trying to wrestle some control back. Does find himself with the double. Gravity immediately there with the trade, however. And most of this T-side util's falling a little flat. Blame F doing what he does best, ripping the head off of Lucky. And this flank from Jocko, the timing's just not quite going to be there. The B-bomb site wide open for the taking. Everyone is here, but Jocko does make that flank work for one. I thought he'd not quite landed it, but Afro's head is left on the pavement as Crims and Blame F, two vets of this scene, left to try and stitch this one together. Gravity playing his angles well initially, now swings a little too wide, and it's Blame F with a big double kill, a big triple in the pistol total to get fnatic off to the right sort of start. 3D Max, I mean, it's a nice idea. It's a novel idea. It's something a little bit different for a CT pistol, and it very nearly pans out for them as well. Mattis does very well to get himself a quick double kill. keeps them busy towards the scaffold, towards heaven, stops them from really being able to advance too far up and start to really throw a spanner in the works of that B execute. And a couple of well-placed nades to make sure it continues to be Fnatic in the ascendancy. 3D Max not happy with that whatsoever. Almost immediately jumping back onto a force buy. Handful of MP9s supporting a Deagle and a 5-7 for exercise. Of course, a much stronger buy for the T side, however. 3 Galils, an AK in tow, but it's the MP9s that strike first. Jocko able to deal with Mattis. There's a lot of low HP bars lurking around. The Molotov will deal with one of them. Lucky goes down, unfortunately for him, but it's still that man advantage, and they want to push it even further right into the jaws of Afro. The AK rings out for a triple and buys BlameF a big 1v1. Bomb is down outside of the B doors. And BlameF has only got himself a Mac 10 to work with. Gravity, the scavenger perk enabled, and manages to get his hands on an AK-47. He's got no idea where to look next. Clearing his way into CT at the moment as BlameF lies in wait. And they will just pass each other by for now. A little bit of a reset in this round with 50 seconds still on the clock. BlameF starting to clear his corners, knowing the bomb is his #1 priority. Gravity, because of BlameF's slow start to this one, starting to think that maybe there's a possibility he's going around the world and the A site is actually the end game. Does open up some opportunities for BlameF. Makes the sound cue with the smoke going down. Too far away. Gravity won't hear it. Potentially opens up an avenue for Blame to recover a rifle as well, which would be critical in this clutch. Gravity now just playing the timings, knows there's an almost certain chance that this is going to be the B bomb site finish. The smoke going down will absolutely confirm that. He's got armor behind that AK as well as he starts to lurk up short. 1v1. He beats out BlameF. It was Blame with a triple in the pistol. This time it's Gravity with a triple, and he wants to let him know. He really wants to let him know. This feels like a bit of a grudge match now. Defuse will come in. 3D Max able to respond immediately with the force buy of their own. Some big questions to be asked for Fnatic. I mean, they get the bomb down, but with such a heavy rifle-based investment into the second round, it's still not a good look financially. We'll see the force buy coming in. Of course, they can't afford to let that one full buy with just a 1900 loss bonus as well. Even if they did look to full eco this one, the buy's not going to be great into the next round. We'll be making some sacrifices, so we're going to roll the dice. 3 Deagles. Afro, top fragging for the T side at the moment, gets his hands on a Galil. Of course, he knows some of these 3D Max boys incredibly well. Various iterations of the French rosters played together. Hot flash to try and take the fight is exercise, and it's the dink, but not the convert. Mattis, instant response. AK recovered as well. Fantastic little find. They have lost control of the B ramp in the meanwhile. Maka and Jocko looking to be proactive with their rifles. Motov to flush this Deagle into the open. Nothing Body can do. Succumbs to the pressure of the situation, and that man advantage is restored for 3D Max, albeit with exercise dink down to 8 HP. Currently just trying to hold on to that A bomb site. The fact we've got 11 players in the server, getting a little confusing, but I'll get there in the end. Mid control is going to be sought after for Fnatic, if nothing else, just to give them the opportunity to try this split towards B. Jocko and Maka lie in wait. A lot of firepower concentrated towards what is normally the more popular bomb site for the CT side. But a decent amount of utility to pop this execute for Fnatic as well. BlameF going to be given uninterrupted control. And with Maka lacking in head armor, this one is not a done deal yet. Jocko needs a swift kill here. Gets it. Mattis, lovely on the trade. And now BlameF, it's all on his timing for the activation. Does lose his teammate, but gets the kill. A 1v2 with 18 seconds on the clock. Knows again that he's got to get that bomb down desperately. Knows that exercise is low HP from that initial engagement, so potentially opens up an avenue, a second tap, a second fake of that bomb to draw him into the open, and he's got 4 seconds onto the pistol, but Lucky will get on top of it. Another nail-biter of a round in these opening moments. Neither team able to establish solid control of the situation, and well, neither a team able to establish solid control of their finances either as a result. fnatic, I think, finally forced to wave the white flag of surrender to the Force Spies. Will be dropping down to the Tech 9 on Blame F. Everyone else, bar Afro, sticking around to the Glocks. One flashbang. Expect to see something a little bit swifter here. CT side expecting the exact same as me. So the fast-paced mollies come in, try and isolate a bit of that control. A nice HE, chipping onto Mattis. And now that M4 swings very wide indeed, but it's well controlled, the spray from Gravity. Very easy to get overwhelmed in those situations. A lot of bodies in your crosshairs, but he's able to control things nicely. And, well, he's going to continue getting damaged through the walls, in fact. He's exercised getting a little too keen, perhaps. Goes down for his troubles, but the rifles are there to mop things up, and it is only the MP9 that goes down. So again, not the end of the world, nothing to be massively concerned about. This is where I think we'll start to see what fnatic have really got planned for their map pick. First opportunity they're going to have on the full buy. AKs expect to be across the board, and a very early tactical timeout from fnatic as well. Do like to see it. Recognizing that the situation, I mean, it's very early doors, but MR12, they are a third of the way through this first half already. Their map pick, and, well, the opening rounds, it's safe to say, haven't gone how they would have hoped. Winning the pistol. Not able to wrestle control of the situation from there on out. So take the pause. Give Keita a bit of time. Try and work some magic into this one. What is the idea for the first full buy? Expect to see some more proactivity from the CT side. It's been working out well for them. A lot of utility to enable it as well. They'll be aware that that's definitely an area they should have the advantage on in this round. fnatic, having lost a couple, forced out a few, never going to have quite as much util financially. Nice mollies coming from the CT side again. Just trying to make that B lane a little bit of an inhospitable place. Force out some T-side util, force them to reset their control as well with a nice place to smoke towards the B doors. You can see Exercise on the map taking a lot of control. And Lucky doing the same simultaneously down mid. So a two-pronged attack from 3D Max. We'll have to start respecting the situation now, though. They've burnt a lot of util to get that opening control, and, well, they're yet to find a pick with it. So forced to almost reset their expectations in that moment. Start to rethink the ideas. Lucky is hanging around, though. Wants that fight in towards mid. Jocko and Maka, well, it's a miss boost, and it's an awkward boost in this version of the game, so they'll have to fall off it. Afro will have been picking up all of that information through his headphones, communicating that there's definitely at least two over towards B. With that kind of a boost in play, you're probably expecting a third in the cave as well, though Exercise as well very quickly. Gravity has vacated that situation. And it is going to be the B hit again. fnatic starting to group this one up, and this time there's not a pick for 3D Max. With 30 seconds left on the clock, the last of fnatic's util is going to come out. There's no smokes. Bar the one on Afro, and he's looking to go in early, so he's got to get this out now. Got to try and start to block off some of these sight lines. Jocko wants the fight, and Afro gets one better. Opening kill found. That's the B site open for business. They're trying to boost over the top of the smoke, and Exercise and Gravity do very well. Kill a piece before through the smoke goes Crims, looking to cause some chaos. Quickly traded down, and he's bought a 2v2. Exercise's position known. Lucky the same. He's going to try and creep on out here. It's a nice crossfire, though, between these two players. Afro tucked in close. The shadow gives him away. It's all onto the last man, and the communication just not quite there. Not quite aware of where Body could have been in that situation. He stays tucked to the in-game leader, buys himself as much time as possible to convert. He gets the job done. Never expected fnatic to go quietly on this map, let's put it that way. Slightly sketchy start. They use their timeout. They start to reset, settle down into it. We see 3D Max doing the exact same. It's a big call this round. 1900 loss bonus. Gravity wants the force here. 5-7, smoke, flashbang. Wants to try and go for that early reset on the fnatic economy once again. Like we saw in the second round, the pistol conversion that went so wrong. And where Gravity seemingly has convinced the rest of the squad to go with him. Coach will have had an opportunity, I think, just to try and Maybe explain something he's seen. Fnatic tending to lean towards that B-bomb site so far on their executes. Maybe that's something we'll look to exploit in the mid-late round. Maybe instead we'll look for some proactivity elsewhere on the map, knowing that Fnatic are going to be a little less well-equipped over there. It is the fast-paced play down that mid control again, trying to get the rifles activated early. Lucky, Maka, and Exercise all in the same spot. Gravity desperate to get some impact out of that 5-7, but he's just sold himself to the grave. Afro, a fortuitous shot, but it's one that should win the round for them. Onto Jocko. Inside of that B-bomb site, and indeed, as you can start to see now, Fnatic will rotate this one round. Maka is here, but with only a FAMAS to play with, and, well, with Mattis getting the better of Lucky, this feels like a done deal. Afro, a little lackadaisical on the clear out, and Maka, an ugly, ugly fight. I mean, it's going to funnel them right back to B, and Mattis has dealt with Exercise in mid in the meanwhile. So even though he goes down through the smoke, Maka's death is pretty much irrelevant to the round standing. And we level things out at 3 apiece. The force buy fails for 3D Max. And Fnatic, perhaps for the first time in this map, start to feel a little settled. Start to feel like they're starting just to get a little bit of control of the situation. Back 10 in the hands of BlameF, looking to farm up some cash as he does so well. Rifles across the board for the remainder of the T side as 3D Max going for a bit of a gamble. Thought we might have seen it last round based on the fact Fnatic do tend to lurk and end towards that B-bomb site. This time, we're going to see it now. Nice HE, going to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Mattis should have heard that as well, so plenty of angles to clear. A few too many crosshairs in his way, however. Body is there, and with a brutal quad spray down, is able to just settle things down before they get too sketchy. Nice confidence builder for him as well. Had a bit of a slow start in the opening 6 round. Had all of a couple of kills. So a quad spray. Get used to that M4 before you see it on the CT side. And Fnatic take the lead. Just about. Immediate response expected from 3D Max here. Last time these two teams faced off on Ancient, it was 13-10 the end scoreline. 3D Max did have 7 CT rounds to their name. They'll be looking for a similar sort of haul here, although Afro's got the better of Gravity, and BlameF with a lovely little pop flash out mid has got his man Mattis continuing, just causing chaos. A crunch into mid and a decimation of the defense of 3D Max. Nothing more to be said. I mean, Jocko and Maka, how do you even begin to pick up the pieces here? Mattis is on one. Gets the better of Maka, and, well, Jocko like to salvage that AWP, I'm sure. Give his team something to work with. Give himself something to work with, in fact, but Afro's having absolutely none of it. Quickly cleaned up, a 5th round on the board. Well, that give himself something to work with. Of course, Maka's the AWPer on 3D Max, but Jocko would have wanted it anyway. Don't know why, I've always confused Afro and Jocko. I think it's just because they end in the same syllable. In my head, they've always just been one and the same, and now having them play on 2 different teams, it gets mighty confusing. Pistols are out, though. 3D Max mighty confused as to where this CT side's going. Slipping away from them at the moment. Handful of smokes to try and stall out the inevitable hit from Fnatic. Almost exclusively buying up 5.7s on the CT side. I mean, they're a bit of a meta weapon. You can see the logic. The one Deagle in the hands of Jocko, actually lurking out towards long as he looks to drop a top ramp smoke. And that's a lovely little boost there. Maka combining well with Lucky. Gets the opening pick in towards mid. Unfortunately, the rifle not really salvageable. Just a hint too far into that mid control, a hint too risky for this CT side, but you can see the opening that this gives them here. Crims lurking down the ramp, Body trying to make a nuisance of himself, trying to draw the rotation away, and it started to work. Maka has made his way in towards mid. Exercise alongside him, but, well, having seen nothing else, they'll start to just cheat this rotation back over towards the B-bomb site, and that is the right call. We're in for a brawl on B, all 4 pistols. Or are we? No, not the CT smoke. They've fallen for it. Gravity desperately trying to make his way back. I mean, there's 20 seconds on the clock here. If they can get a couple of kills, if they can deny the bomb, that transfer into the site, it gets so damn dangerous. But Body, he defused the situation brilliantly. 3D Max, I think, just getting a little too keen to jump the gun there. The utility comes out, the deep CT smoke, and they want to fight mid. Desperate to just overwhelm somebody somewhere on this map, but it leaves them vulnerable. The B-bomb site wide open. And with just a solitary pistol there, it's relatively easy for fnatic with all those rifles just to walk on through. Exercise have managed to now salvage that AK, which was dropped in towards mid when BlameF went down early. So that will get hidden away in towards the donut. For a couple of these pistols, it's time to see if maybe we can farm something up. Jocko gets 1, but realistically not quite enough. Lucky won't commit anything to it. He'll look to hold on and bodyguard that AK-47 in the hands of Exercise to give them something to buy around into the next. Big buy this. 3D Max realise it. Second of their 3 tactical timeouts used inside of the opening 9 rounds. As we said, they played on this map before. 7 CT rounds was 3D Max's haul on that occasion. This is looking like a rejuvenated, revived fnatic roster, a very different start. Certainly a roster that's had its ups and downs. We've seen a lot of chopping, a lot of changing. Most recently, of course, Kyubi on the way out. BlameF on the way in. Largely regarded as a positive move, and it seems to be working here as Afro again wants to get this AWP singing. He's got Gravity trapped in a corner, and he's got Gravity trapped in an early grave. Wants a bit more, but Maka is there, and Maka takes a second bite at it. Lucky to be alive. Mattis doesn't normally miss a lot of those, but he stays around in the Molotov. Maka gets a bit more, and now he's got to hold on to B, but he's been 4x3'd. He's not seen the man get straight past him here, and this is a game of timings. Maka gets the better of it, finally put down. 4x3 versus 4x3, and Maka just about gets away with it. 2v2 for his team, but Crims with a lightning fast headshot has bought the advantage. Exercise a complete unknown at this point. No information for either of these players to work with. The bomb is deep outside of B, but the timing is good for fnatic. A 7th on the board, perhaps fortuitous. Maka gets 4x3. The fnatic man also gets 4x3, but as much as Maka comes out on top, he's still an isolated presence inside of that B-bomb site. His teammates can't stay alive long enough to help him out, and at 7-3 down already, feels like 3D Max starting to hit that panic button a little bit. They're not going to fully invest into this round. With a 3,400 loss bonus, they will be buying into the last round of the first half. But Maka's on his AWP. Big impact in the last round, otherwise a fairly quiet first half. Around him, a litany of MP9s. Setting themselves in the crossfires. Again, a relatively sparsely occupied B site. Maka opting to try and take that AWP over towards A. Of course, fnatic will know it was on the B-bomb site last time, playing in towards the cave. That's why they'll be using some of this utility, being a little more diligent in their clearance than they otherwise perhaps would be. Hot flash to clear their corners in. 3D Max would have been hoping that by cycling the AWP around, they'd get some presence seen, some information gathered, perhaps a pick on the A-bomb site, not to be. And, well, Maka's got to have his wits about him here, because once again, BlameF has caught a little bit of a timing, working his way in towards Red Room, and if he gets this pick, well, it should be job done, and indeed it is the pick. It's Body with a second. As they try and flank through Scaffold. Exercise does manage to activate for one, but a dink from Gravity won't be enough on that MP9. As Jocko and Exercise left to try and just pick up any pieces they possibly can. Exercise is all the way over on A. So there's damage on the board. I mean, Mattis surviving on a single point of health feels very cruel. Body's down on 65. Afro on 42. Blame F still full complement. Problem is, Exercise has only got an MP9. He knows that next round is going to be a bit of a scrappy buy on 3,400 loss bonus. So perhaps he just wants to try and get himself a rifle. Just try and get out of here in one piece. It's going to be the double peak. Blame F does go down. That's the high HP player. Mattis should be an easy enough find. And indeed, Exercise. He's got that AWP. Now, can he survive with it? Body's hunting hard. Working his way out of Donut. Afro a little less keen. Perhaps aware that he wants to keep his hands on his AWP. Body will be heard entering Temple, but he's not going to get the pick, so the AWP will be recovered. An opportunity at the end of this first half. A shot at redemption. Perhaps for 3D Max. They need this. 8-4 feels winnable. Pistol, convert. Start to scrap your way back on the T side. A 9-3. You're 1 foot in the grave before you even get to try your T side. Before you even really get to see what 3D Max are made of. And it's going to be a fast-paced play from fnatic. They're trying to really turn the screws here. Util onto the A-bomb site. It's a clean enough take. Mattis makes it a bit cleaner through the CT smoke. Exercise goes down, and this one goes from bad to worse for 3D Max. Right when they would have wanted an opportunity. 4v5 locked out of that A-bomb site. Such a painful one to retake. Gravity gets the better of Blame F though, and Jocko and Lucky combine beautifully. And suddenly this one is on. Body and Mattis to try and rescue a nice round here for fnatic. Big spray down from Body. It's the double. But mollied in is Mattis. He's trapped in by Gravity, and 3D Max pull off a miraculous 4v5 as they steal a 4th round at the break. Tough first half. 3D Max scrambling to save something. A fourth round right at the death. A 4v5 retake onto the A bomb site. But will that inspire enough confidence? Will that give them the momentum that they so desperately need for their T side? Pistol round would go a long way to leveling things out here. fnatic. None of the shenanigans that we saw from the CT start of 3D Max. No fast-paced aggression, a slow setup. 2 towards Donut, 2 in the red room. B-site retake, and well, if the util comes over the top, it's going to have to be a retake. No kit in play either as they look to make the cross through the smoke. Body can see bits of bodies, but never quite ahead. Can't quite find the connection. Mattis, though, has been a monster through these smokes in the first half and continues to do so as Jocko will punch in the numbers. Retake, 4v5. D-side well placed to hold this one off. Body with just a single flashbang to get them in. They will smoke off the cave. That locks Jocko out the fight, forces Maka to reconsider his plans. And it's going to make this a little bit one-dimensional, actually, on the hold from this T side. No kit in play, though. Remember that as that clock starts to tick away. They've got to take these fights. And Jocko, flying out of the cave smoke, does just that. A quick triple that surely means the round is good and done. Crim's doing what he can, but again, there's no kit in play here. Gravity just has to stay alive, and he knows it. A single shot will finish him off. Crims at this point just wants the kill to be done with it. 3D Max, it takes everybody out there. It takes everything they've got, but they do get their T-side pistol. They do get their 5th round. And they've bought themselves perhaps half a chance of making something of this first map. Big questions to be asked of fnatic now. Previously, 3D Max went for the force buy, managed to make it stick. Slightly more reserved call from fnatic, boys. We'll go for the full eco. Crims cooks the HE. Hoping to just catch a timing here, I think. Crunching towards middle. It's a nice dink from Afro to start things off. The HE will come in and finish the job. That's a nice little techie play. And it does net them an opener. Will they be able to recover that rifle is the question, though. Exercise, a quick double. The HE combines with the Galil. The Mac 10 in play for Gravity as well. It should be about mopping up these pieces now. Afro does well. Perhaps a second. That HE will go in and finish the job if the rifles won't, though. 3D Max get their 6th on the board. They lose a couple of players, one of whom had a rifle. So it's a little bit of expenditure they would have rather not gone through. It's a relatively solid financial situation to be in. 3 AKs, 2 Galils, full util as we see the buy come out from fnatic and there are sacrifices made immediately. Afro glass cannons it. Fully committed. Every penny he's got is put into that big green gun that he'll take over towards the A-bomb site. Blame F and Crims to try and hold down mid and onslaught of utility to start things off. 3D Max want this control, but they're not going to be giving it. Crims blinded, smoked. He does not care. An old hand at those kind of angles these days, even on a newer map like Ancient. Spam gifts an opening. Second smoke goes towards the red room. Goes a little too deep, perhaps. Crims is toying with it. Knows his team have got a solid setup here, however, and they look to fade through it. They almost line up, but Mattis bails Crims out of trouble. Huge double kill from the rifler, again having a fantastic series, huge amounts of impact, and as Body deals with Gravity, it leaves Jocko in what should be an impossible situation. Orp of Afro trained on mid through Donut. Blame F there to back him up. Should the shot not connect in the way they want it to, but it's going to regardless. The investment pays off. The round comes through for fnatic. The rifle's in their hands. They look a renewed force. Mattis continuing on what has been a fantastic run of form for the individual. Second highest rated player in fnatic. Behind the one and only Blame F. Force buy out from 3D Max, though. They're not going to let this one go easily. Eagle, P250, Mac 10. It's aggression called from fnatic. It's a couple of ugly flashbangs, a huge amount of damage. exchanged. Lucky will be finished off. Wasn't sure the HE would make it far enough, but it just about does. Blame F. An inopportune reload there. Couldn't quite see the headshot angle. Gets another before he goes down, but Crims can't. The double rifle setup in towards mid is disassembled. And it buys a 3-on-3. Gravity and Exercise, both the AKs, looking to work cave. They are going to have one hell of a fight here, and it's all on the timings. The boost up is ugly, and Exercise able to take full advantage. Afro left in a 1v2. He was able to buy armor behind the AWP this time, but does he want to commit to it? Maka and Exercise well set in their crossfires. And I don't think he wants it. The AWP will back away from the situation, and every time this one happens, every time 3D Max can force fnatic to rethink, it will give them a little bit more confidence, a little bit more faith. But this one is doable. I mean, they're the team that are ranked higher. As mad as that feels to say, looking at an organization like fnatic, 3D Max 21st in the world, fnatic 23rd. Some big questions to be answered for this age-old org. These are the kind of rounds where sometimes you can answer them. Big decision to be made. Afro does have the AWP. 2,400 loss bonus behind it. You look across the financials, the buy in the next round would be fantastic. 2,400 loss bonus. Body would have rifle and armor. Crim's the same. Blame. Well, it's a heavy-handed investment. Might leave him lacking. But he wants to go for it. He wants to give Afro some support. Some extra firepower to work around. Handful of pistols. Deagle. 2 P250s. What can they achieve? What can they accomplish? Limited by. Where do the high power pieces go? Afro wants to go down mid. Reroutes into the donut. His own smoke blocks him, but it's a fast-paced A play, and Blame F is here. A quick 1-for-1, not enough. Now it's Afro's turn. 3D Max doing their due diligence, though. Smoke him off the angle. Pop flash to try and get the Deagle out. Try and get Crims into position. Spammed out. Isolated now, and they know exactly where to look for him. Gravity gets the better of it. Mattis on the B250 continues to find impact through the smoke. Very close to getting the kill on Gravity. But the A-bomb site is lost. Bomb yet to go down. Plant will start to come through. fnatic, what can you do here? Can you get yourselves into this one? Angle is there. Afro gets the better of Jocko. Just didn't seem aware that his shoulder would be vulnerable. Gravity low HP. A lovely shot from Mattis, and this one's on 2v2. Afro's got a kit as well here. Exercise has to play the elevated position well. He's got support in towards main. They can bait and switch this. There's one for Afro. Wants the second, but he can't quite find the connection. Maka gives him the shot. But the AWP won't quite land that critical bullet. One round the difference now. An 8-4 half was what we had. We're up to 9-8. fnatic CT side on their map pick. Looking frail in its age. Four M4s and a FAMAS, all they can muster into this one. It's an ugly fight in towards mid. Spray's going both ways. Mattis again wants to be the man to have impact on the fnatic side of things. So many times we've seen him get that aggression, get that opening. This time he's put down before he can find a second. Afro and Exercise exchanging kills through smokes. Leaves us in a 3v3. Maka tagged up, meaning the health ever so slightly favours the CT side, but not by enough for it to really be relevant. Body and Crims will have to try and stitch this retake together, and all that spray from Body needed to connect, had to be cleaner than that. Crims will be smoked out of his angle on short. Blame is all the way on the A-bomb site. Nowhere near, nothing he can do to stop this. Crims are going to try and be cheeky, and oh my goodness, hell of a timing to catch. Exercise alive and ready to the threat right when it became dangerous, puts him down. For Blame F, well, it's another round that's gone. We're up to 9-all, 3D Max. They are on it. Looking hot to trot. And they've got their map pick coming up next, Anubis, to fire off. At 9-all, they'll feel like this one is very firmly in their grasp. An opportunity to make it the 3-peat against Fnatic of all orgs. Start off their IEM Rio close qualifier the right way, the winning way. Blame F will hold on to an AK. 3D Max won't mind that one bit. Look at the finances. Fnatic with some huge decisions to make here. Yeah, and that's how huge the decision is. Third timeout. Recognizing that this is make or break now. They really don't have any more time to make this one work. This round, they'll let pass them by. Not because they want to, but because they have to. They don't have much of another choice. They'll go for some upgraded pistols. Try not to spend too much money. Blame F, of course. On that saved AK-47. Handful of 5.7s, P250s. Not the buy they would have wanted, the buy they've been dealt. Boost over the top of the smoke for Lucky, not spotting anything out. The initial nades down mid from Fnatic, not finding any purchase. All on as even as we exit the initial phase. 3D Max happy to wait out the util, knowing that Fnatic can't have afforded a lot of it. Now start to take that control relatively unopposed. Fnatic making the brave call. Maximum firepower concentration over towards this B-bomb site. They're going to try and make it work with aggression. I like the idea. Past the crosshair of Jocko, at least initially. Now he starts to realize what's up. He needs support lines ran, and Gravity is there to do so. Jocko and Gravity combining well. It's Blame F on that lone AK. He gets the one, but that is it. And that's not the kind of return Fnatic would have been hoping for. Needed a little bit more out of that round. 3D Max, they take their lead. A well-deserved lead, you have to say. A hard-fought lead at 10-9 up. Can this buy be the salvation of Fnatic? Or will it be another series missed, another opportunity falling by the wayside once more for this roster, this org, as old as the game itself? Mattis again wants the fight in towards Cave. He's had so much opportunity with that. So many times he's thread the needle, caught the impact. Him and Body this time will get a fully unoccupied B lane. They can't clear the cubby, but they'll clear everything else, and Afro will set up station. 3-man hold of this lane, and how long is that viable for? You can see on the minimap exercise. Lucky. They've started to work their way towards A. They've not really hit the A-bomb site on their T side. They think maybe now's the time to pull that trigger and see just what Crims has got to offer in terms of resistance. There is a rotation making its way round now. Blame F will be there in support. Mattis potentially can cut them off at the pass, and a well-timed molly towards Zed would do that. The smoke buys him at least a little bit of time. Afro still locking horns with Gravity, as it is going to be this A split. Mid-control to be taken. Mattis, what have you got for us? Nothing. Jocko swift in his punishment, and Fnatic think they've got the read here. They think they know what's happening. Abandoning the B-bomb site. Is that the right call? Body gets one, but Gravity has lurked his way to B, and he's got the free kill. Draws Afro back. They know where both of these remaining players are now. It's just a question, can they get the kills in time? Crims takes the fight, gets the better of one. He'll go down to the spray inevitably of Exercise, and it buys a 1v2. Afro to be the hero once again. If he could have denied the bomb, that would have been everything. He'll get another opportunity at this, working his way in towards CT. Gravity punching in the numbers. Exercise takes the fight and wins it. A summary of 3D Max's success and fnatic's failures. It's back and forth, but the critical shots are going the way of the T side right now. It is all looking up for the Frenchman. Fnatic, last chance saloon. I mean, they're not even going to full invest into this one. They're looking for the overtime now. It's MP9s, P250s, pistols, bits and pieces. 2 MP9s lie in wait at donut. 3D Max wanted to go quickly. They do just stall out for the util though, and that buys half a gap for that MP9 of Blame F to have some impact, but it is 1 kill. Jocko and Lucky quickly turn the tables. There is a low HP bar on Lucky. That makes it tempting, but as the bomb goes down, this one feels like a done deal. Mattis continuing to try and be the hero, and he's got 2. He's bought them an in. A huge opportunity awaits now. Lucky, he's so low, so close to death, and is on to the last. Maka with the double sprayed out to win it. A huge triple kill. He drops the AWP, takes the AK, gets the job done himself. The AWPing in-game leader. He can do it all. (12-9). 3D Max, 3 map points. Blame F wants the fight. Wants to be the man to lead Fnatic to salvation, but again, he's just been read. Lucky with the spam. Mattis once more. Does get some impact out of that cave, but there's just not the teammates to back him up. And as Exercise deals with Crims, it goes from bad to worse for Fnatic. Body and Afro. Make that just Body. 3D Max are having none of this. Body is going to go for the backstab of a lifetime, but he's too slow. An unfortunate summary of Fnatic CT side. Too slow, too lackluster. Mattis has done everything he could to get them into this one. 21-19. The youngster's played a blinder, but his teammates haven't stepped up around him. Maka to finish the job. 3D Max take the map pick of Fnatic. And I mean, I can't help but get excited about that. I'm a Fnatic fanboy through and through, but right now this roster is not working. And for 3D Max, they are looking to make it. I said it earlier, the three-peat, right? They've beaten Fnatic twice in the last 6 months, 2 previous iterations of this roster, including just 3 weeks ago. They've not played them on Ancient in the while. You could sort of see the logic behind Fnatic's choice. You could see what they were trying to achieve, but it's fallen by the wayside. It has fallen to bits. The CT side crumbles just 1 round as 3D Max pull off the mother of all comebacks on the T side. And, well, they're headed to Anubis next, one of the most T side leaning maps in the pool, a map where T sides reign supreme. And they will be headed there full of confidence. Can the Frenchmen make it a clean 2-0 and start their IEM Rio 2024 close qualifier with a bang? Or will Fnatic be able to drag us the distance, force us to that 3rd map? There's only one way to find out. And when we're back from the break, we'll find just that. See you in a minute.
auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Where to start with that first game? Where to start with Ancient? The stats say it was fnatic's map. Mattis had a fantastic series. Afro, Body, both solid. Blame F there or thereabouts. Crim's not far behind. I mean, Mattis drops a 1.45. The next nearest is Exercise on a 1.23. That should be job done. It should be game over, but the cohesion for Fnatic just was not there. The pieces just did not gel together whatsoever. You saw so many individual fights taken on that CT side. So many just straight 1v1s. They get a kill. The trade is instant from 3D Max. 3D Max did a fantastic job of playing as a unit, playing as this big ball of T-side potential rather than these isolated 1v1s over and over again for Fnatic. And they punished every single time Fnatic tried one of those pushes. There was a trade. There was someone there. A couple of big individual moments. Maka gets a nice spray down on the AK. They just kept the momentum flowing. And for 3D Max, this is going to inspire so much confidence now. They've taken the map pick of Fnatic yet again. They are headed onto Anubis, which is a map they've played 30 times in the last 3 months. They're playing it once every 3 days at the minute. They cannot stop playing Anubis. It is home away from home. I mean, for Fnatic, they play it a decent amount as well, 33% in the last 12 attempts, but they're losing to teams like Quasar, would you guess it, 3D Max. They're losing to Sangal, Zero Tenacity, Cybershock, inside of the last month, Red Candids, DMS. These aren't the kind of names you expect an organization like Fnatic to be losing to. So the pressure is massively on as we head to Anubis, our second battleground of this best of 3. And well, the third might not even be required. We may not even need to get there yet, because 3D Max are on an absolute tear. They are looking ready to rumble, to book their spot at IEM Rio. Can Fnatic do anything at all to stop them? It does feel inevitable at this point. We have just got a moment here as we wait for everyone to get in, and we can give you some recaps on some of the other games that are going on live. So if you do want to, keep this quiet, if you want to go watch some of those games, just stick your fingers in your ears and we'll run through them now. We've got Cloud9 up against Heroic going live on the A stream. Cloud9 managed to take the first map, their map pick, 13-7, so they're looking in very solid stead as well. The B stream has got Falcons up against OG. Falcons taking the first map of that one, 13-11. And then down on the D stream, we've got Eternal Fire up against B8. Eternal Fire, they've taken the first map. They're midway through the second, so they are flying through their series today. Of course, of all those teams, the 8 that are here, only 2 can make the qualification. Only 2 will be playing at IEM Rio. We'll be looking to decide who keeps it going in that upper bracket here and now. 3D Max, a map to the good, starting CT side of Anubis and trying to be cheeky on their pistol again. Fast up mid. Fnatic fast towards B. Crims has spotted it. He knows what's coming. The question is, what's the play here? Do we try and split this with 3D Max, or do we just try and retake and ignore Crims' existence? It seems like the call's been made. Early kill for Jocko. Exercise deals with Crims on the backstab, and now it's a 5v3. There is no kit in play. It's a full 10 seconds, so they'll tap the bomb. Jocko now looks to stick it. Maka deals with Body, and there's so many body for Mattis. He's doing everything he can, but the kills just aren't quite there for him. Lane manages to get one. Mattis one more, but 3 players alive. Gravity with a double for 3D Max. They take their CT pistol. They start as they mean to go on. Early success. Momentum. I can never say that word. Momentum. There we go. Carried over from Ancient. So many questions to be asked of Fnatic. They do get the bomb down, so there is a force, and it's a good one. 5 Galils. Not a lot of util. I don't expect to see anything too tricksy whatsoever here. They are going to brawl it out. Do or die attitude for this lineup right now. Can't bomb out of too many more tournaments before surely death's bell is ringing. It is Exercise alone over towards this A bomb site. Just a FAMAS to play with, and there is a lot of people heading in his direction. Crims dodges the crosshair initially, shows a shoulder. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, and that's good enough. Maka has made the rotation in, has got that M4 in position. Lucky now there to join him on the MP9 and mop up what's left. Body to try and stitch together the impossible 1v4. He's been flanked out all the while. That is a gorgeous headshot for one. There's so many low HP bars after he digs the second. but Lucky won't let it get too much more sketchy than that. A couple of kills. It's well worked from the fnatic in-game leader, but no more. He's put down at the third. 2-0. 3D Max with the rifles. Some decisions to be made again for fnatic. I mean, it's very early doors to be saying this, but their series feels like it's on the line in some of these early rounds. Body has dropped Blame a hero AK here. Pistols are out for the rest of the lineup. 3 P250s and a Deagle. Where is Blame going to take it? AK wants to go over towards B. Gravity is currently tucked jail. They don't really have the utility on fnatic to clear him out. He's going to try and work his way in for a pick here and just see if he can get a kill, maybe a trade, maybe Body can pick that rifle up and do some more damage. He's had a great series so far. Unfortunately, 3D Max are going to give them absolutely nout. Jocko and Maka are set up in towards Canals on the double. Gravity, essentially the early warning system here. The smoke gives away his position somewhat, so he opts to go for a bit of a swing. Can't find the connection. Maka does go down. I mean, a P250 at range is a clean headshot. Jocko is there with the trade. Mattis really has been the shining light for fnatic so far in this series. Gravity can take the AWP if he wants here as well. Drop down in towards the E-box. Oh, timing's ugly. Molotov will force Blame F into a fight he doesn't want to take, though, and Jocko will get the better of him. That Galil able to swing and back the MP9 up, but there's the dink, and now Gravity, 6 HP, is screaming for the reinforcements. Lucky reads the situation well, gets there in time, and they've seen the bomb on the back of Afro as well, so they'll start to rotate in. Even more support. I mean, Lucky's down to 9. Gravity on 6. Crims has picked up the fallen AK. AWP, rather, and Afro, he's got a clean headshot. This one's on here. Crims is working his way out of the E-box, but his timing just isn't quite right. 3D Max, a third on the board. It's sketchy, but they're getting the job done. Always feels like CT side of Anubis, you just take what you can get. Any rounds you can stick together are good rounds on this map. It's a good buy for fnatic. Afro on the AWP. AK's Galil's around him. 3D Max again. After that initial pistol, which we'll call a little crazy, but it seems to be working for them. Not really tried anything too tricksy with the CT side. We've had Maka peeking B. This time he's peeking mid and has absolutely tanked to HE as a result. Two-man set up towards the A-bomb site this time. The bait and switch between Exercise and Lucky. It's fnatic just prodding and poking. Trying to bleed some CT util, get themselves some angles as well. Mattis wants to get into the E-box. He's had so much success in this corner as well. Pot flash to try and draw the shot. Not going to happen. Jocko spamming away. Afro is here, waiting for this exact swing on the shoulder. He can't get it. Mattis, will he be able to bail his AWP out? He will. Takes 2 bites at it, but he finds his shot. Afro deals with Exercise, and the A push has gone wrong. They're going to try and swarm out onto B here, and it's an isolated fight. Mattis continuing to have impact. The shining light of fnatic on Ancient is here to play on Anubis. A triple entry to the B-bomb site. Lucky to pick up the pieces for 3D Max. I mean, realistically, a kill. Hang on to that rifle would be good. Any more than that feels like a bonus. And he's going to satisfy himself with holding on to this rifle. fnatic, I think they'll let him live as well. You look over at the finances of that T side. Haven't really got enough money to be throwing bodies at a hunt here. Mattis is having a little bit of a look, and who can blame him? He's on an absolute tear. But it will be fnatic opening their account on Anubis. A first round of this T side. A much needed first round as well, you have to say. When you look at the numbers for these two lineups, both very T-sided. fnatic more so than 3D Max. Also a slightly lower sample size, so the statisticians will tell you it's perhaps a little irrelevant. Money, of course, the ultimate betrayer of CT sides in this current version of CS. So, despite winning the first 3, one goes wrong, and we've got no cash whatsoever. We're going to go for the Force Buy, though. 3D Max have made a fair few of those work so far this series. 4 MP9s, 1 M4A1 in the hands of Lucky. It's going to be aggression out towards B. Body is ready and waiting for this. He does get one before he goes down. BlameF the next to pick up the mantle, and a lovely angle gets him the opening. Jocko goes down, the man advantage is established. You can see Exercise wants to be cheeky with this. It's Maka, in fact. Wants to be cheeky, wants to push the smoke, wants to play the timings, but he's been spotted out now, and he's going to have a horrid time here. Gets the dink onto Mattis, but it's not going to be enough. 3D Max have read this, though. Exercise and Lucky are both in good spots, and it does feel like, at least for now, fnatic want to go to that A split. Crim's lurking outside of Rugs. Problem is, there's still a minute on the clock, so there is all the time in the world for fnatic to sniff this one out and try and reset. They are going to start working their way up mid. Exercise to take the contact from Connector if it comes through. Which it looks like it will. Crims is going to sneak his way in towards A main. They're giving them a shot here, but the timing for Exercise is tragic. He leaves the angle right as the T-side occupy it. Still gets one. Baits them in. Spray down from Lucky. Buys the 1v2. Doesn't know about Crims, who's lurked his way out, and he can't quite rein the shot in. Lucky does well to get 2 there. But he can't get any more than that. The M4A1 won't be the savior of 3D Max this time. Their 3-0 lead is slowly eaten away at, and this time surely the full eco. No more cash in the back pocket. Lucky could maybe go for the upgraded pistol, but with 2,400 loss, eyeing up a potential AWP drop across. Getting his in-game leader that early. So instead, it will be full pistols. 1 P250. All they'll opt to take. Gravity and Exercise, both on the P2K. Jocko and Maka, the more classic USP silenced edition. And it is a full A stack here, which again looks to be the right call. 3D Max have a nice idea of what's going on. They're going to draw the bodies in and see what they can get done. There's plenty of crosshairs to be taken. Nice spray downs from the AKs of Mattis and Body, though. Body helping himself to a triple. fnatic get past the full stack of the A bomb site with relative ease as well. It's something they really struggled with on Anubis, so a nice confidence builder at the very least. Rifles back out for 3D Max, and an opportunity perhaps to show us what they're made of. Last times these teams met, 7-5 half on 3D Max's CT of Anubis, and an 8-4 CT half for 3D Max the other. So they have been a team that tends to impose themselves on the defensive halves. Gives us a bit of context to potentially work with as Afro. He wants the shoulder of Gravity. He needs the shot, and he'll get it. Gravity swinging. Goes down. Maka will get the fight back, though. Finds one. Jocko through the edge of the smoke. Takes a ton of damage, but gets a kill himself before the nade finishes him off. BlameF has found Maka on the extremities of the map in the meanwhile. He's bought his team the man advantage. With Mattis still in the server, this feels like it should be a done deal. Exercise and Lucky. They've got Temple, they've got Speedway, but they've not got mid. And, well, Afro, while he lurks outside of main, waits on BlameF. The lurking maestro himself working his way up mid. Shift key jammed into the keyboard. And he should have a free kill here. Exercise does not seem in the slightest aware of this timing. Mattis will get the shoulder. There's the freebie. There's the backstab. You could have written the script for it. Simple CS executed well by fnatic, and this is more like it. This is what we wanted to see from them. A bit of a fight back, a bit of life from the old beast. CT economy again going to betray 3D Max, though, down to the half bar, you have to imagine. And you'd like to see something a little more inventive from them, perhaps like a timeout after this one. See if you can come up with some different ideas for that CT side, because thus far, when the rifles have come out, it's been passive Sit back, let the execute come. Passive, let the execute come. They've not really tried anything different. It's not worked. This time with pistols, it's a bit of a mid-stack. HE does a lot of the heavy lifting for fnatic, however. Both Lucky and Maka tag down. Spray down won't connect. And unfortunately for 3D Max, they stack mid, they stack A, fnatic go B. The round will be done. Spray down through the smoke, not quite connecting for Blamer, but the pop flash through it will actually isolate a fight onto this AK. So there's the kill they wanted. They've got an isolated AWP as well. Can't quite punish Afro. Couple of wayward P250 shots, and you felt for a split second like his life might really be in danger. Not the case. And at this point, with bomb gone down, Afro trained on a long-range angle. He gets gravity. Turns into a bit of a play pigeon shoot this. Nice shot from Afro for the second. Jocko, well, he's close on the angle, but Crims is aware of it. And the round is done. Lucky will do well to hold on to this AK. And I think Exercise would fancy holding on to that MP9 as well, if fnatic want to let them. And it looks like indeed they will. 5th round on the board. Better for fnatic. Signs of life. Although, of course, it was the T side where this all fell apart on Anubis. T side? CT side, that's what I was going for. 3D Max, 4 CT rounds on Ancient. And that was all it took to get 13-9. They've got 3 rounds already here on Anubis, although the stats do suggest that they prefer that CT side on the second map. So they will take the timeout I was asking for. Bit of an opportunity to reset, rethink. Contemplate, let your coach come in, give you a couple of ideas. It doesn't feel like fnatic have done anything particularly insightful though, so I'm not sure how much input the coach will be able to have. It's been fairly basic so far. They've just hit their shots, which, well, they were doing on Ancient until they headed to the CT side. Feels like we need someone to step up over on the 3D Max side of things. Not necessarily known for their star firepower. I mean, Maka can bring it. Jocko to a certain extent as well, but certainly not the storied names that this fnatic lineup has. And Afro's going to have his chance again. Posted on the stairs, a couple of smokes deny him his opportunity, and a nicely timed HE from the A-bomb site just tickles away at him and Mattis. Reminds them that there is still issues to be worried about, and the CT side, well, they take it one step further. They start to press this issue. Nice angle for Jocko. Gets the better of body. Said 3D Max wanted to try something a little different. Needed to see some proactivity from this CT side, and that's exactly what we get. Big opening kill, and it's funneling them into the A-bomb site at the moment. Maka posted on the pillar. Big angle, big shot. Needs something out of your AWP here. Mattis is going to shoulder it, and Maka is up for the task. Lovely connection. The man advantage becomes 2, and this is much more like it now for the CT side. Afro posted in the doors, but Exercise, well, he's played Ringer Rosie and got him. Crimson blame F to try and pick up the pieces. Molotov to force Maka out of the angle. It actually only pushes him back a couple of inches. Blame F goes for the lurk and is put down. And fnatic, well, revert to type somewhat. Proactivity from the CT side denies them any opportunity. Crims is looking for the ultimate lurk here, and well, Exercise might well give it to him. Indeed, it's an off angle. Works well for the rifler. They gift him a second, and now you start to get scared. Now you know just who you're facing in this server, but Gravity puts it down before it gets too interesting. 4th on the board. They've matched their Ancient here, 3D Max. Anything from here on out is a bonus. It's not going to be easy to get any more, though. fnatic are going to be buying up again. They are going to have a full complement of rifles. 3D Max will be aware that the last 2 times these teams have faced off on Anubis, it has been their CT side that has carried them the majority of the way to victory. So as they eye up these numbers, perhaps that'll be playing an eerie melody in the back of their heads. More aggression. This time it's into the canals. A dropping AWP presents a freebie. Afro goes down. Mattis again, desperately trying to have impact. Does well to get a kill, but immediately is traded. Gravity through a popped smoke, I believe, in B main, gets the better of body. And with the in-game leader down, it falls to the old hands once more. Blame F and Crims. They know how to play this game. The shadow bait is nice from Blame F, but takes a lot of damage for his trouble. Even tries to bait the drop. He's using every trick he's got in the book here. Crims, meanwhile, trying to work his way out A. Has found some tags onto Exercise. Forced the Rifler to play a little more passively. Blame doesn't look too interested in joining him at the moment, though. Still working his way out towards middle. And that's just going to sell Crims up the river. Nothing for him to do as Blame... Well, we saw him try this once. He shoulder baited the angle. He lost half his health. He's going to try it again. This time he's full blind. And he's stuck in towards the nest. Does well to get one. But at this point, he's starting to feel a little bit trapped. There's 35 seconds on the clock. 3D Max don't necessarily look like they want to let sleeping dogs lie here. They are going to go for a bit of a push out of the connector, and Exercise, well, he's well placed. That felt dangerous. But the trade is efficient enough. We level out at 5 apiece. The economy's still not broken for fnatic, believe it or not. They will buy again, and 3D Max will have to weather the storm once more. How many times have we said that? How many times have they been forced to play against the full buys of fnatic? The economy game in CS2 is a cruel beast. As fnatic do take their first time out, feels about the right time to be taking it. We spoke about those two previous Anubises. One of them is 7-5 half. 3D Max starting to reel that back in now. Certainly feels like their CT side's starting to have more effect. fnatic starting to feel like they're transitioning to old ways. To what we saw on Ancient, just a slightly blunt offensive at times. A little isolated, a little 1v1. Blame, while he's getting impact out of those lurks, it's not game-winning, round-winning impact. Selling a few too many teammates up the river, perhaps. But they do still have their rifles. They do still have a shot at taking the lead at the half-time. Their T-side has a chance at working again. Lucky wants to try and put the pressure back on. Does get aggressive into A main initially. Nothing seen, nothing gained. But nothing lost either as he backs away. It's an interesting lean, this. Gravity, I think, is actually out into the canals here. Out through E-box. Or is he tucked mid? He's tucked mid. I was about to say that'd be a hell of a look. It's not going to be. He's tucked and they don't clear him initially. Blame F does well to find him at the second time of asking. Maka can't quite connect the shot that was needed, and well, the setup has been disassembled quite brutally by fnatic there. You could see the idea between Gravity and Maka, but a missed shot from the AWPer leaves the Rifler vulnerable. And now Jocko. And if there was ever a time to step up, it's now for the big man. A nice spray down for first. He knows there's a lot more where that came from. Looks to back away Speedway, keep his life, keep a chance in the 3-on-4, and that he does. Afro will look to plant this one down. There's a long flank coming in. Crims one to try and make it. Nade onto the site. Doesn't really do enough to Afro. Stays up towards the temple. Nice shot working the angle towards Speedway. Doubles it up. AWPer's on a tear. He wants all three. He will walk into Exercise's bullets somewhat, but that's irrelevant now. The round will be fnatic's. A 6th on the board. The T side fights back once again. Another lull. 5-3, but as fnatic put the last man down, they are finding their feet again. One last chance for 3D Max to have impact in this first half, and it's another tough buy for this CT side, where all of the luck was going their way in the first map, where all of the financial opportunities were coming to them. Those half buys were working, the pistol buys were getting damaged. This one has felt much more standard. It's been a tough old road to get 5 for 3D Max, and they would be very happy, I'm sure, to leave with 6 honours even. Maka goes for the early peak. Can't quite land the shot, takes some chip damage. from the rifle of Body. Counter chip damage onto Mattis. It's not bad, but the nade's just not quite lined up the way they would have wanted. Mattis is playing with fire, though. Spam down. He jumps out the way, shows a glimpse of his head to the rifle of Jocko, who very nearly takes full advantage. So they'll double back. B-bomb site. Afro sets himself. The timing on this is going to be everything, and Afro's got the better of him. He's got the better of Exercise as well. The timings are off by half a second, and that's enough. Maka does well. Grabs a solitary kill, resets the offensive of fnatic, in fact, and with Mattis so low on health, this one's not done yet. Maka wants more, and he goes a little too keen. Desperate to be the hero of the hour. He gets punished for it. Crims gets the aggression of Jocko as well, and it's all onto Gravity. A 1v2 to be stitched together for the 20-year-old Frenchman. He's still in towards mid. He's not aware yet of where they've worked to, and he's only got MP9 to work with. Crimson Body. Full health to play. All the time in the world, all the space to set their after plant. Gravity tucked in the Temple Smoke. Here's the reset. Wants to get ahead of it. He won't. 7-5. fnatic with the lead as we head to the halftime. Felt like this one may have turned into a blowout quite swiftly, but fnatic do continue to fight. 7-5 at the halftime. A team who traditionally have been very T-sided on this map, but perhaps not as confident building as you would have hoped. But they are not done yet. They will continue to fight for all they're worth here. That lower bracket looking a very dangerous beast indeed. Won't want to be headed there. Won't want to have to face some of the teams dropping down. We got Cloud9 Heroic on the A stream. One of those teams is going to be in the lower bracket. And that is a savage place to be. 3D Max. 2-0 against fnatic in the last 6 months. Looking to make it a clean 3. Lucky up close. Going to take the early fight against Mattis. And that just isn't even fair. Cleaning up house. The opening kill is found. Pop flash in. They are still going to hit this A site, or at least think about it. And there's plenty of presence here for now. fnatic with 3. Flashed off the angle. Flash back in. Change their mind. Reset. And the timings become everything. fnatic with 3. Looking to walk down mid. Looking to catch the timing. Potentially catch a drop. See if someone is perhaps unawares. Body for now lurks solo in towards the B bomb site. Spotted out Speedway. Bomb goes down. And now it's decision time for this CT side. They're going to fast flank. Crims working his way through B main. Off angle. Kills Lucky. Blame F. The Julies find Maka towards the stairs. And now this gets ugly and they know it. They need to take a fight and they do. Jocko. Clean headshot onto body. Exercise. Here's the steps working their way out. It's the Julies to blame F. They come true once again. Crims with one more. And it's all on the youngster. 1v3. He can only find the first. fnatic. A critical 8th round. The right way to start your CT side. Much needed. Desperately needed for fnatic. The exact start they would have wanted. Get this one done quickly before 3D Max can really build the momentum. Then you head to Inferno. Inferno's a level playing ground. It's a fair fight at least. Maybe that fills you with a bit of hope. 3D Max are going to force, though. The bomb down, it will be a good force, as it always is. Rifle forward buy from fnatic as well, knowing how critical this round could be, how important the outcome of this force is to their hopes of staying in the upper bracket. Massive lean to start things off from the BT side, just holding their angles. Nobody really wanting to be the one to step out of line and make the mistake first. Does mean Canal's control conceded. Does mean mid is left wide open for now, but there's a repeat coming. Through Body and Mattis, they take E-Box back. To lock a bit of control out. And 3D Max is still just lying in wait, letting fnatic burn that util. Before they start to think about making some moves themselves. Here comes the A main lean. Crims flashed in beautifully. Gets the first. The spray down's good for the double. The molly will mean nothing, licking at his feet. And that's the bomb down in no man's land now. This starts to get really ugly. There's a fast-paced flank coming through the canals all the while. Neff knows he's perfectly positioned here. Takes the dink. Backs out of the situation. But there's Afro with the triple spray down on the FAMAS to finish. This is the fnatic we knew could show up. A much better look from them. And 3D Max perhaps left scratching their heads a little bit. They look so good. T-side Ancient. Is it going to be a one and done from them? Or perhaps can this half buy give them a little bit of something? That little magic X factor. They've lacked it at times. It's been a team effort to get them this far. What's the call? Pistols are out. Handful of HEs. Which you'd expect to be stacked towards some quarter of the map. Blame looking to get proactive with it. Peek out the mid window. Spots out a couple of bodies. Quite able to find the connection. Second time of asking. Goes back. Grabs Maka. And now this B lean looks ugly. They nade stack into the E-box. Nothing found. They charge on out. But the molly is good. The spray is better. Mattis gets 1, 2, 3. Lucky able to find at least a trade. But Blame F is immediately there to mop up the pieces as is expected. fnatic on 10. 3 rounds away. They've been close before. Can they find the conversion on this occasion? Full rifles are out for 3D Max. Feels like they need a timeout perhaps. They picked Anubis all 3 times they've played against fnatic in the last 6 months. Have fnatic finally worked them out? Certainly looking that way, feeling like that's a possibility. Afro cycles the AWP over towards the A-bomb site. And again, it's a very passive start from 3D Max, just settling into their default. The util now starting to come out to clear a couple of these angles away. BlameF and Afro to hold on to that mid control, and it is going to be contested here. Gravity and Maka, they want this A split. They've left Lucky to lurk outside B, make sure there's not too much going on there. Afro mollied out a con. But they're running out of util now on this T side. Not a whole lot left to make something happen. And Mattis is starting to get curious. Body with him. Maka and Jocko are actually looking to double back towards B here. They've cleared off the mid angles, just hoping perhaps to clear the rotations and isolate a fight towards one of these bomb sites. 45 seconds on the clock. The bomb still over towards T stairs. Someone's going to have to go and retrieve that shortly. Maka trusted with the responsibility. Those footsteps heard. It's an A stack though from fnatic, and at the moment that looks like a wrong call. Or is it? They double back again. 3D Max are in their own heads here a little bit. And you start to wonder if that's going to be a real issue. 20 seconds on the clock. They have not got a lot of time left to make this one work. Afro backs off the con angle. Horrendous timing. Here comes the split. Crims again does so well to get one. Now it's that AWPer. Backside. 10 seconds. Just has to stay alive. Can't do it. Plant must go down in the 3-on-3 and does. But Exercise and Lucky are tagged up. All three looking to group beach, and here they come. Lucky is tucked fishtail. Maka tries to get into a position to support, but it leaves him a little isolated on this pillar. Lucky wants to get out, wants to reset his angle, give himself something to work with, works to the cake, sees all three, can't land any. Now it's on that AWP. Maka tags one, he's got to get the reload off, and he can't. It's all Exercise. He wants to get up on the table, and the jump betrays him. A flawless retake from fnatic. 3D Max, I mean, we talked about fnatic being the experienced ones. Perhaps that inexperience starting to show through a little bit. A botched 3-on-3 retake, you have to say. Not a single kill found by the T side, as fnatic, with limited time on the clock, had to swarm in. Inferno is knocking. Will fnatic answer the door here? 11-5 up. Buy comes in from 3D Max. Last chance saloon on their map pick. Don't forget, they took fnatic's map pick. Riding high. Headed to a map they've beat them on both times they've met. A map which fnatic's numbers are not great on. But that team play, that cohesion has been elusive on the battleground of Anubis. Crims, Mattis, Afro, BlameF as well, all fragging out for fnatic. 3D Max just not quite able to match the numbers, it feels. Almost saw that in the stats on Ancient, but the team play was enough to get over it. Anubis, a more firepower leaning map perhaps. It's going to be something cheeky here for 3D Max. It's going to be the B pop. Body and Mattis to receive it. Here comes the util. Pop flash is bad. Hits the stairs. Exercise does well to trade it 1-for-1. And now it's Mattis again. He's consistently had impact for this fnatic lineup. Consistently been the man in this series to dig them out of trouble. And, well, initially he chooses to back off. A little bit of spam through the speedway, and that does betray his position. Maka gets the kill. 4-on-3 after plant. Got to imagine that this is 3D Max stitching together what will be their first round of the T side. Crims at range, can't quite deal with gravity. And at this point, BlameF and Afro, I mean, you've got money on most of your players, but realistically, what you care about more is punishing, and there you go. Gravity caught, knife out, trying to hunt. So at this point, BlameF and Afro will be allowed to save. Exercise, Lucky and Maka will try and hold on to what they've got, because they've not got a lot of cash behind them. And they are just 2 rounds away from needing a deciding third map. BlameF on that angle again, catches Lucky. Exercise and Maka need to play this one cautiously, and they do. Back away right before it gets interesting. A 6th round something for the T side. But so much more required where that came from. And as if to rub salt in the wounds, fnatic immediately take a timeout. The first moment you have success, no momentum, hard reset. Let's see if you can do it again. Still got the buy, still got plenty of cash in the reserve as well. 1900 loss bonus, body on 9250 as he buys down. Yeah, they should be able to skim a buy together. Mattis might be struggling. Everyone else should be able to get something. And they've got 5 rounds to play with now. They've got a bit of a cushion, fnatic, if things start to go wrong. And here's a big if at the moment. 3D Max haven't really felt like they can cause problems on this T side so far. A bit of a shooting range for likes of Blame F and Mattis. They've taken full advantage. What's the call here, Maka? What's the play? Heavy B lean to start things off. A drop down, and this is a fast-paced play. They want the B side, they want it now. Body going to be forced out by the Molly. Jocko spamming away. He's tagged down low, but he's not dealt with yet. Maka does get Mattis inside of the site. Blade trying to swing, does very well to get 2, and there's Body somehow still alive in towards the E-box. Finally put down. All that time he bought critical. That bomb yet to go down. 3D Max have got to be careful here. Maka and Lucky, what do they want to do? They're toying with getting an opening pick. Maka's going to tap it. Nobody on the peak just yet. Afro is inside of that smoke, though. You've got to be careful here, mate. Crims now starts to make his approach. Afro tucks into the temple. Maka's got to hold 2 angles at once, and the AWPer is just an inch away from giving him that crosshair. He knows there's one there, but now Crims sneaks around the corner. There's the freebie. And Lucky is left. A veteran. To try and find this 2v1. Crims is working his way up. He knows he needs a pick, but he's tucked into this corner now. He's got to commit to it. Afro drive-by on the tech. And with a kit to defuse, the round is done. 12 on the board. fnatic with 6 opportunities to take us the distance. How have they turned this around? 3D Max just falling flat. A T side in tatters, a single round to with their name on their map pick. fnatic, the multi-kill merchants, and here's the aggression. I like this. Mattis on the jump spot, seen it. HE's ring out. Quite finding the connection thereafter, and Gravity's actually able to punish 1 on the transfer, but again, it's Mattis. Swinging backwards, 2 quick kills. Where the trade had to happen, it does not, and 3D Max once again left in limbo. Afro misses the first shot, but he's able to reset, gets another bite at it, and this time exercise will go down. Missed shot from both AWPers. Leaves Maka in no man's land here. He does very well to find 1, and Lucky actually finds a second to keep this hope alive. Isolated fight in mid, but again, Mattis went a little quiet for half a moment on map 1, but he is back with a vengeance as he leaves Maka in a 1v2. AWPer stuck inside of sight, knows he needs a pick. He's going to start wandering for it. Works his way to heaven, but Crims has tucked. Got to clear all the angles here, and he does. Buys himself the 1v1. Position now known. Bomb halfway ticked. Mattis, the youngster. 3 kills to his name in the round. Hasn't got any util. Looks to clear it out. Maka misses 1. Mattis is going to go for the stick. He's going to be brave about it. And then Maka swings on round. A huge clutch from the captain. A triple in the round. 6 becomes 5. The first opportunity sails on by fnatic, but there are so many more, and that is the problem now for 3D Max. They haven't got any room for error. It has to be flawless, and so far, this T side has been anything but. Timeout taken. Some words of wisdom, I'm sure, from the coach. Buy's not going to be great for fnatic. If you're looking for silver linings, potentially down onto some upgraded pistols. Blame F doing Blame F things. Of course, he's got a rifle. Are they going to go for this? They're thinking about it. Grims was invested. No, he sold it. He's been told off. Not allowed. Back to the MP9 for you. Body is toying with a FAMAS, but decides he likes utility more. Drops to the 5.7, and there we go. Handful of pistols. Blame F on the rifle. Crims on the MP9. Can fnatic pull off the unlikeliest of rounds, or will 3D Max start to creep into this one? Third T-side round potentially on the cards for them. A feel-good round if nothing else. Confidence builder headed to Inferno. Fast-paced play down mid, and they want this fight. They want to get into this A site early. The problem is they've lost A main in the meanwhile. Jocko will deal with Afro. That's the A site. But A main is still a problem. There's rifles there to play with. Blame F does well. Trades Crims down. Keeps his team up. Then 3-on-3, make it 3-on-2. Maka doing what he can. Steadies the ship. Now it's Body on that Deagle. Maka's having none of it, and they know where the last man is. So hightail it to B is the call. Blame F looking for the 4K. Looking for the big round. Big round for a big man. This was only a half buy, don't forget. Still 3 kills. Found for now. There is an opportunity for more. Lucky and Maka. Unsure of Blame F's position. They planted 4 Speedway. Lucky lies there. Maka's actually playing close with a pistol. Feels like they're in the wrong positions, but with the bomb so far ticked already, Blame resigns himself to picking up some exit kills. The smoke towards B main makes that even more improbable. The spam down makes it a certainty. He'll back out. The 2 rifles will save into the next. Bit of a handshake at the end, but fnatic will be happy with that. 3 kills out of very limited firepower. Again, 3D Max. Just feeling a little sloppy, a little inconsistent on a couple of those clears. fnatic feeling like that firepower's come to play. Blame F 22 and 11. 17 kills for Mattis. High impact kills as well. Afro joining him up there. Just have to look at the kills down 3D Max's side of things. It's just not quite been the same as it was on Ancient. Maka leading the charge. He was right up there on map 1 as well, but needs a couple of his team to join him if he's going to have a chance of forcing the overtime here in map 2. Passive again. Settling into this one. 4 more required if we are going to take this to the overtime. A little bit of util out from 3D Max, just starting to clear some of the close angles. Molotovs into the E-box, Molotovs into A main, but it's Afro again, and it's an open shooting gallery. Exercise a lonely swing. Quickly punished, and that's just the kind of half mistake we weren't seeing on map 1. Talk about team play, interplay. Missed shot, punished. Man disadvantage for Maka to try and talk his way out of now. It's going to be, again, that mid-crunch, and it does feel like the A site's been vulnerable for fnatic. Afro spots 1, and Gravity goes back for it. Probably sees it on the mini-map. It's a little too keen, a little too greedy, perhaps. Punished again. And this feels like it could be it. 3-on-5, 3D Max. Revert to plan B. The B-bomb site. Body and Mattis lie in wait. The double goblin setup. How hard will they clear this? Mattis takes first contact. Well cleared by Jocko. They don't clear the second. Spray and a dink. Jocko on 3 HP. Thinks about going for it. Realizes he's got to be the one to plant this one down. And that buys precious seconds. Fast-paced flank to Speedway for Crimson Afro. That AWP. It's going to be a hell of a flick from Maka. Again, 2 angles, no time. Backs away from it. How much impact can that AWP possibly have in this situation? Jocko knows he's got no health. He's got to be cheeky. He's got to do something stupid here. Sits in the smoke. Blame F with the punish. Maka 1v3 misses. Deagle comes out. He spams down 2. He wants it, but he won't get it. 2 headshots, not quite enough. 13-8 fnatic. They will force the decider. They make it a little more difficult than it perhaps had to be, but they get the job done on their opposition's map pick, and the mental reset from Fnatic is absolutely monstrous. You have to say it. They lost their own map pick. They were demolished on their CT side, and it is their CT side of Anubis that carries them over the line against the team they've lost it against twice. The last 2 times these 2 teams have met is, well, it's a turnaround for the books, but it's a fair turnaround, you have to say. You know, we spoke a little bit in the break about how the statistics of Ancient didn't quite tell the same story as the storyline, as the scoreline rather did, and how, you know, Mattis dropping a 1.45 wasn't quite enough. Every player, man for man, had better ratings down the Fnatic lineup than we saw on 3D Max, but it was the team play, the interplay, the cohesion that got them there, and that really felt like it went missing a little bit here on Anubis. That T side was disjointed a lot of times. I mean, in that last round, you know, you got Exercise swinging into a main. Free pick for Astro in that situation. It's just a straight 1v1 fight. You're not going to win it against an AWP, so the punishment's there. It's very, very simple for Fnatic, but it is the individual showing up. Big game from BlameF, big game from Mattis again, big game from Afro. And some of those players, if they show up across a 3-map series, this gets really dangerous. But it has to be said, it is Inferno next. It's perhaps one of the most technically nuanced maps in the pool. It's perhaps one of the maps where the individual has to sacrifice for the greater good of the team. And we've seen that from 3D Max. We know they can produce it. So it goes down to the wire. It goes down to that decisive third map. And of course, to get there, we've got to get through the break. We've got to give the players a little bit of time for a mental reset. So I'm going to throw it there now. And when we're back, we'll have Inferno. Well, I'll be very honest with you. I didn't think we were going here. I didn't think we were going to need the third map. When 3D Max took fnatic's map pick, they took Ancient once again. Anubis looked like a surefire thing. It felt like this one was good and done, and we were going to see a Fnatic once again fade into the shadows of this closed qualifier and once again not be the team that they've shown they are capable of being, but they showed up in a major way on map 2. You look at the numbers for it: Blame F 24 and 11, Afro 19 and 12, Mattis 17 and 16. You get into about there before you see anyone on 3D Max who's even close, and that's Maka dropping 19 and 16. Everyone else going negative. It really did feel like a bit of a capitulation on that second half for 3D Max. They felt quiet. Felt like maybe Maka wasn't quite as on top of his calling as you'd like him to be. The ideas fell flat. The individuals couldn't find the trades, and everything that could have gone wrong did. And now we head to probably one of the most technically challenging maps in the pool at the moment. We head to Inferno, a map that I won't lie, I'm not a fan of. It's a tough old map to play. It's a tough old map to watch at times as well. It is a very utility-heavy map. It requires a lot of skill in your calling, and it requires something special out of AWPers. And I think potentially that is going to be where we start to really draw the line and see the difference between these two lineups. Maka, from what we've seen across this best of 3, and certainly from my past experience, he calls well when he's AWPing well. And when he's not calling great, he doesn't AWP great, and sort of vice versa on that line. Had a fantastic map 1, but we're now heading into one of the most complicated maps for AWPers in the pool, one of the most challenging maps for them to have impact, and also one of the most challenging maps for in-game leaders. I mean, you look at the CT side of things, it's a stack heavy, it's based on intuition, almost a sixth sense for what a T-side is going to do is the only thing that will bail you out of some of the positions you get yourself into on Inferno. And it requires that little bit of magic that Fnatic seem to be able to pull out the bag at the moment. We saw towards the back end of that second map, certainly. Blame F pulling off big multi-kills. Afro having his moments. Mattis, I mean, the kid's having impact left, right, and center, looking like a fantastic pickup for this Fnatic lineup. So there definitely is still potential for 3D Max, but it does sort of start to feel like it has slipped through their fingers a little bit, heading to a map where, I mean, the numbers are sketchy for both of these lineups. They've both got sort of middling 70% win rates on these maps, but they're not playing the best teams in the world. When you look at Fnatic, it's G2 Ares, it's Soar, it's Sampi, Mouse NXT they're beating, and then the losses are to teams like Johnny Speeds, Mouse NXT again. And then when you get to the big teams, big names, shall we say, of like 9Z and Ninjas in Pajamas, it goes to pot pretty damn quickly. I mean, 9Z absolutely ran through them. NIP made it a bit more sketchy, but it's NIP, so, you know. And then for 3D Max, it's much the same tale. It's wins against tier 2, tier 3 teams, the like of Zero Tenacity, Namiga, DMS, Passion UA, and then losses to the likes of Sinners, 5W, and Sinners again, actually, in the last 3 months. So it's one of those maps where I think both of these teams feel like they have a shot, but neither of these teams is going to feel like the most comfortable one in the world. And potentially, the team that gets that T-side start and gets the momentum early could be the deciding factor. And it is actually going to be 3D Max who get their T-side start. A heavy amount of util brought into this one. Quick nades towards top banana. Gravity blinded up, but it's irrelevant. Afro now with it all to do towards top banana, and it's one and done. Chipped away out before he can get anything going. A smoke towards CT will cut Crims out of this fight of body. Well, he's desperately waiting. He needs this flashbang over the top. He gets it. First shot doesn't connect. The molly still awkward, and Gravity just caught a little unawares as Crims now rotating into coffins has found another, and fnatic are fighting for their chance here in this pistol. Felt like it was good and done with Gravity finding a couple of very quick kills towards top banana, but now bomb in no man's land. Exercise and Maka trapped top banana. And all three of the CTs lying in wait. Long-range angles to play as well. 3D Max just sit off the angle for now. Hoping perhaps that by waiting long enough, they'll draw a couple of these fnatic players into thinking about the long flank. You can see Mattis on the minimap, flicking between coffins and watching for the push. In and around through construction. Maka and Exercise just working their way out, but Crimson Body with the double new box. Maka does very well to find one. A ding onto Mattis makes this feel winnable, and it's all on Crims. Backside, he can't break the spray in, and somehow 2-on-3 becomes 2-on-none. And that is exactly the start we needed to see from 3D Max. They struggled individually, but they are back with a bang in the pistol. Beautiful start from the T side and a lovely little confidence builder. Here we go again. They needed that. Force buy-in from fnatic is an ugly one. Pistols front to back. And yeah, HE's invested in as well. I mean, on a map like Inferno, you can kind of rate it and you can see what it's done. Lucky the man who's forced to chew on it. Down to 34. Jocko on 71 as well. And this is where potentially those pistols do feel that little bit more dangerous. And you've got a couple of tags. I mean, Lucky will definitely be one-shot headshot for basically everything now down that CT equipment list. And Jocko's pretty damn close to it as well. 3D Max aware this one needs to be clean. Can't be giving away these kind of rounds. It's going to be problematic. So they'll look to group up towards top and middle. Afro with the smoke in. Still a good amount of utility available though. Crimson blame F. A HE each. Afro's got one in his hands as well, but unfortunately fnatic seem to have read this one. I spoke about it a little bit in the pre-game about how Inferno can become a game of intuition and instinct more than perhaps tactics and nous at times, and it becomes for that CT side a guessing game of stacks and bluffs. Fortunately, Jocko's bluff seems to have done just enough to draw all of fnatic away from this A-bomb site. And 3D Max will walk in unopposed. It's one of the unfortunate aspects of Inferno, I think, and you will hear me whining about Inferno plenty in this final map, I'm sure. Seasides, it's long rotations to get between the sites. It's tough rotations. You can get cut off very easily. So it does become a bit of a guessing game, especially on these sort of situations when you're forced into a round. Your firepower's not quite where you want it. You're better off going for the kind of gamble stack, putting all your eggs in one basket. And if 3D Max walk into that B-bomb site, they walk into 5 crosshairs, and it gets very sketchy very quickly. But if they don't, you end up sort of shrugging your shoulders. Fine, we'll save all this. We'll have 4 guns to bring into the next one. We'll give it another go then. And it's an unfortunate aspect of just how Inferno's designed and how the map plays out that you end up in these situations, combined with, of course, the known atrocities that are CT economy situations. You can't be throwing away firepower unnecessarily. So you end up with nice boring rounds like that where everyone goes and saves on a bomb site. But it's done now. It's out of the way. fnatic will be happy that they have 4 pistols upgraded to try and take some damage into this round. See if maybe you can strip away a couple of those rifles. Gravity and Jocko, they'll be looking to farm up some cash here. Afro with no body armor. Crims with no head armor. I mean, 3 of them have got full Kevlar, so those Mat 10s can be a little bit of a risk. fnatic once again looking for the B heavy stack, and well, at the moment it's not looking like the correct call. Brackets control is established. Gravity leading the charge on that Mac 10. It's a triple stack towards B, and again, you like the idea. It's a bit of a novelty. Always worth trying something different in these sort of situations. No point playing a default round. You know you're going to get overwhelmed with the firepower, so why not try and be a bit cheeky with it? Missed archway smoke as well from the T side. If this is a rifle round, it gets very sketchy. Or is it? They actually want to double back in, and now this starts to get a little nervy. Now you start to feel yourself edging towards the front of your seat. A triple stack towards the new boxes, and Body's 5-7 just finds a clean kill to open things up. He should go down instantly here, and indeed he does. Gravity gets the kill. Still, 3D Max aren't entirely sure where they want to take this one. Blame F has been spotted. The stack is yet to be seen, but Mattis has just straight up won the duel against Lucky. And this is getting really nervy now. Exercise does well to find Blame F, and that will open up the A site. 3D Max have enough of a read on the situation that they do go to the right place. They do deal with the 1 pistol on A. And as a result, they will get this round. But again, it's very sketchy. A lot of individual fights going against them there. I mean, Body straight up wins a 1v1 with a 5-7. Mattis straight up wins a 1v1. I think he had a P250 at the time, and he straight up wins that fight. Afro goes down to 1, but he will be allowed to hold on to the Galil, and that's a lovely little win for the CT side. So at 3-0, Exercise and Maka will save the rifles across, and we will get into the interesting stuff. The meat on the bone now for Inferno. The rifle buys are coming, and we can finally start getting excited about a half-decent round of CS. Let's see what the buy looks like for fnatic. Good util across the board. Afro goes for it. CT side more forgiving for the AWP on this map than the T, certainly. So Maka will stick with his trusty AK-47. Solid enough buy for 3D Max as well. I mean, they lose a few more bodies than they would have hoped in the previous round, but T side finances are fantastic. Still able to get a good buy. Still plenty in the back pocket as well, should they need it. And it looks like we're going to have a brawl on Banana. Classic Inferno to start things off, although both teams just back away from it after the initial bout of utility. fnatic here with 3, meaning business. A couple of jump spots from Mattis. Body there with him. The halfway house smoke, just keeping them a little bit interested in this. Now the deep smoke starts to come through. And this will be the banana take coming through from the CT side. And this is where Inferno, again, becomes the game of guessing and bluffing and timings. Because Mattis and Afro, if they wanted, could take that banana control entirely. Instead, they're going to back out of the situation, post Afro on the AWP, right on the angle. Doesn't even go for a pick initially, just resets onto the half wall. And well, he's going to get his chance now. Lucky swinging on by, goes to the crosshairs and is found. Lovely shot from Afro. Big opening kill. The molly's just going a little bit awry there. Maka can't quite get his in. A HE, sure, but that's not going to be enough. Maka legged up now as they charge on in, and that just opens up the floodgates for Mattis. Big triple kill out of the rifler. And as soon as the guns come out for fnatic, it's an almost flawless success. All 5 players kept up. Plenty going for them. And for 3D Max, I think some early questions to be asked there. I mean, you saw a little bit of it on Anubis. Just fluffing the lines. The trade frag's not quite there, but a missed Molotov, a slightly wayward HE, and then not to get a single trade on entry there. Sending... well, 4 players, if you don't count Lucky, who got picked on the initial swing top banana, into 2 and not finding anything at all for 3D Max. It's not the best look in the world. Still the rifles there for the Frenchman, though. fnatic want to take the fight to them, and so much damage done through the smoke in the opening seconds. Body goes down. Mattis gets the better of Jocko, 4x3'd, I think. Just couldn't see the man close to his right. And this round, it's unfortunate, but it feels like it's over before it's even started. We're going to need a big shot out of somebody to crack open this A site. And Crims, well, he's starting to rotate in. Blame F in support. And as much as Exercise and Gravity are in a vaguely promising position towards the apartments, their days certainly feel numbered. As they start this walk on out, the crossfire is there. There's so many bodies waiting for this. Body himself actually fancies a bit of it. Gravity does very well. It's a lovely double kill. It's just a shame it's not in different circumstances, as Maka is left on his own V3. Still 30 seconds, so still plenty of opportunity, and you can see fnatic have got to respect the possibility, but Body on the off angle, or is he? Maka, lightning fast reactions, and now it is a guessing game. He's got no idea where the CTs are. He doesn't know that this site is unoccupied, but he's got to get that bomb down swiftly. Mattis has gone for the long flank. Works his way through the brackets. Afro out towards long. If Maka can isolate this initial fight, he's in with a shot here, but Mattis is having none of it. Lightning fast, and that form from the young rifler continuing to be an issue. The BM continuing to be an issue. You can hear Mattis spamming away at corpses. Lucky M4 not where he wants to be. fnatic 2 and 3 starting to get back to where they would like to be. Growing in confidence as the series goes on. Still not the best buy in the world for the CT side though. Blame F down onto the MP9. Otherwise, solid across the board. And 3D Max, it's ugly. You can sort of see why Blame F has opted to drop down to the MP9 realistically. No armor. Lots of pistols. Lots of damage to be had. Afro, smart decision initially, just backs away from it. Does lurk around a little longer than perhaps you'd like, and he is going to get run down here. A lot of pistols headed his way, and not a lot of shots ringing out from the AWP. So suddenly, Afro's down. Gravity's recovered himself an AWP. What can he do with it? They know everyone is here near enough. So the CTs start to try and pincer this. Mattis and Body working their way in towards spawn. There's a lot of bodies, but not a lot of firepower to go with them. It's a 2-for-1. Nice flashbang. Body on the angle. Does well with the pre-fire spray. And Blame F is to back his man up. Maka left in the 1v3. Does find himself a shot and could do with a bomb plant here. Timing is going to be everything. Blame F is fast on the initial swing, but how much longer is he going to stay there? Not quite in time. Gets himself an M4, but concedes a plant to Maka, and that's a nice win from this buy. Didn't have a lot coming into it, so to get that extra cash, fantastic stuff. And it buys Maka half a chance here at the 1v2. Favoured gun in his hands. Blame F low, but that becomes irrelevant at this stage. Way around to the coffins. Crim shouldering the angle. It's really unfortunate for Maka. Only the leg, and it's just not quite going to be enough. If he lands the clean shot there, you can really see that getting dangerous. But as it stands, just a tag. Everything's level at 3 apiece, but as much as it feels disappointing to not see 3D Max maybe stitch that round together, you've got to remember they only came into it with a handful of upgraded pistols, so 3 kills and a bomb plant. That's a fantastic situation to find yourselves in, and it's a nice blueprint for breaking this defense down as well. It gives you a couple of ideas. Potentially some weaknesses in Afro's AWPing towards a long that can be exploited, worked around. What's the plan now? The rifles come out again for 3D Max. Yet to take a pause. If the next couple of rounds go awry, wouldn't be surprised to see if their coach has some input. Huge HE damage again to open this round up, though, from fnatic. Lucky down to 32 before he's seen a man. And this is the problem now. They want this banana control, but at what cost? Just settling into the opening moments. They will be given banana. There's a decent amount of utility left on the 2B side defenders. Not really enough to plan a full retake. I mean, Mattis' molly from there, potentially combined with a smoke, could do some work. Lacking flashbangs to get themselves into the angle, so instead they'll just sit back on it. drop the first of their defensive smokes. It does look like the B wrap is the final call though here from 3D Max. 3 players towards top banana, a couple working their way round A long. And as they work their way through the arches, I mean, this B bomb site starts to look very vulnerable for Fnatic. They went for the 3-man stack. The short setup with Pit and Mini Pit, but it's left them vulnerable to long. And without the utility coming out, 3D Max just opting to completely shift walk through it. There's so many timings in play here. And Afro, well, it's actually Blame F who gets punished for it. Goes a little too keenly into the angle. Get the dink on Gravity, but the AK does one better. And Jocko's AK does one better again. It's all on Mattis. He's done so much for this Fnatic lineup, but this time it's nothing. An explosion of kills on the screen, and suddenly 3D Max have burst into that B bomb site. The bomb goes down. And we can all take a nap, because Afro and Grims are going to be saving for the next 35 seconds while this bomb ticks away. So really well orchestrated round from 3D Max, though. It's a calculated risk, you have to say. Out A long, no smoke towards Library, no smoke towards the arches, no smoke to stop the long swing. Just taking the fight straight as they are, and it's a lovely read from Maka if he gets it right, which he does. All 3 players from Fnatic stacked up short side. They walk around, they pinch the B bomb site. You can see Blame on the rotation, had no idea where to look. First of the rifle rounds coming through for 3D Max. They're going to need plenty more where that came from. An opportunity here as Fnatic, I think, recognizing that, immediately call the timeout. If you can break the economy CT side of Inferno, that first break is so critical to a solid T side half. Because as soon as you get into that situation, you're putting the CT side on notice. Those buys get worse. You have to make harsher and harsher decisions about the balance between utility and firepower, which is such an important decision-making process. Inferno, utility is utterly essential, and you'll frequently see teams sacrificing more, if not all, of their firepower to get the utility in hand. It's very much unlike any other map in that regard. So if you get that first CT economy break, it becomes so difficult for them to build back into the half and really get something going their way. But you've got to get there first, and Fnatic aren't going to go down quietly. Full buy into this one, plenty of util, plenty of firepower. Trying to contest top banana, Jocko in with the punish. He is blind for the refrag though. Mattis is there, and now the utility starts to pay. Tagging up Gravity and Lucky, and well, Fnatic are thinking about fighting this again. Another HE comes through. More damage done. Huge. As Gravity and Lucky go down to 11 and 13 respectively. Those HEs worth their weight in gold. And you start to see why I'm talking about teams sacrificing firepower for utility. Because utility is damage dealing in its own right. 3D Max, after getting the initial pick, would have felt this round was headed in a fantastic direction. Instead, you got 2 players clinging to life. And Mattis and Blame F ready to receive them. What a duo to have locking down this B-bomb site. Mattis, of course, has got to be conscious of CT. They've seen a couple of timings go against them there previously. Afro just starting to shift around towards this B-bomb site based on the fact Blame F Crims has heard and seen nothing. So there's going to be 3 here in time for the hit. Nice shot by Afro. Mattis through the smoke gets one more. Gravity does very well on low HP and continues to, as he finds a second lightning quick headshot and buys his team a desperately needed chance at glory here. Afro's no-scope won't connect. The problem again is that Gravity, despite being the hero, is down to 11 HP, and as Maka gets taken out by Afro, the youngster is stuck in what should surely be an impossible conundrum here. Sat inside his own CT smoke. Afro's going to go through it. And that opens up half a timing, but he'll be very aware of this as a possibility as Gravity just tucks. Knows he needs to isolate an early fight, and there it is. Nice headshot. Now it's all about how brave you're feeling, youngster. How long will you hold? There's no tap, there's no sound cues, and with 11 HP, Gravity has done it. The 1v2. 3 of the 4 kills are his. The bomb nearly gets the last of them, and that is a vintage clutch. In such a critical moment, Gravity steps up. He had a disastrous map too, 7 and 19. But he's back. And he's back in a big way. 11-5. He breaks the CT economy. 3D Max take their first tactical timeout. And, well, it's a big one because fnatic, I talked about their economy being broke. They've decided it's not. They're going to force anyway. And this is where you start to see those sacrifices that we talk about. Crims, MP9, just one smoke. Body, the in-game leader, he drops down to the MP9 to make sure he's got a full belt of util. Mattis has to go for a FAMAS, a horrid weapon, to make sure he's got a full belt of nades as well. Perhaps worth acknowledging at this point that he's 11-4 as well, so both the young guns making a hell of an impression. 3D Max, another huge opportunity after a monstrous clutch there from Gravity to really break the economy of fnatic. 6 rounds, T-side Inferno would be fantastic. Broken economy even more so, because that's just a golden ticket to all the more. Afro trying to have impact on this AWP early, though, has boosted up Banana. We've seen 3D Max contest this a fair few times. And Crims is close. This is a tough clear for Exercise. The timing on it will be everything. And all Crims has bitten a little early. Can't quite get his shot off. Gravity called into support, and Crims will be able to get away before that comes through. So a little bit of damage, nothing else. And now we start to see the setup for 3D Max. And, well, fnatic is starting to see it as well. Gravity gets one, quickly traded away. Blame F on an off angle, but Exercise lightning to the head of Afro, and that's a free A bomb site. Or is it? Blame F fast flank gets one. The bomb dropped for the briefest of moments. Lucky very alive to the threat, able to recover it, but it's a 2v3 after plant. And Exercise and Lucky haven't been having the series of their lives so far. 4-4, 0-6. They need some kills here. They need something. With Mattis up on the fnatic side of things as well. This feels dangerous. Pop flash through the smoke. They start to take the fight. Lucky, awkward timing, bad angle. It leaves Exercise. A quick second spray. Blame F up against Exercise. He's up close and personal, and the headshot will connect. The force buy pays off for fnatic. We spoke about how critical their economy was getting. This gives them the briefest of reprieves. Still not great, though. Winning rounds going down to the last man never looks good on a CT side's spreadsheet, their balance book, if you will. So as they try and make the numbers add up, there'll be sacrifices. There will be awkward moments. MP9s to support rifles, but it's still a good buy for 3D Max. They've still got an opportunity here. 1400 is the loss bonus. If they break fnatic here, that's a 7-round half on a guarantee. Initial nades exchanged towards Banana. 3D Max leaning a lot of presence there in the opening seconds, but very quickly changing their mind and instead deciding that Black Bracket should be explored. Lots of presence here for the CT side though. Afro on the angle, misses the shot. Maka punishes. Jocko finds one more. It's all on Crims. Blame F there with him. The spray down just not quite connecting. And, well, fnatic decision-making time, lads. Body and Mattis. A 2v3 after plant. Gravity and Exercise both tagged up. Both should be relatively known as well. Blame knows he had that spray down for a long old time. But without an opening pick and looking at the financials of the situation, can they justify it? No. The accountant's given them a ring. Said, what are you doing? Get out of there. We need these guns in the next round. Thank you very much. So they back away. 3D Max will have their 6th round. And we can go look at the numbers a little bit more because there's nothing else that's going to happen this round. Interestingly, fnatic tend to be T-side leaning. 3D Max more of a 50-50, which feels like how it's going at the minute. 3D Max definitely on top of fnatic. A couple of really nice clutches in there. The individual starting to get fired up and warm. Gravity 13-6. A dangerous beast on T-sides. fnatic realising that fact. Take the timeout. At this point, 2 rounds left in the half. This one, ugly. Expect to see perhaps something a little bit different. Could envisage a fast-paced Banana take they've been successful for Fnatic, or even maybe a take into the apartments. We've not seen that from them yet. Opportunity to maybe just roll the dice a little bit. Blame F in at the front. Prim's there with him. Try and get some of the lesser weapons, getting some kills early, trading down. See, maybe there's some upgrades to be had, but we'll have to wait and see what they want to do with them. As we get into the round, definitely feels like Gravity's got the team on his back at the moment. How much longer that continues, we will have to wait and see. And it does look like we're going to get a slightly different look to Fnatic here. 4-man stack towards the B-bomb site. In these opening seconds, they're looking for the clear. Jocko goes wide. Mattis is there. And the opening kill goes the way of Fnatic. Now, how long do they hang around here? Lucky is spamming, trying to keep them interested in Banana. They're dropping a lot of util to do so. But it does leave Body alone on short, and he can't quite find the kill. Gravity's Mach 10 flying through the air will get it. And it's time to ask that age-old question again at Fnatic. Can you really afford to go for this? 3 players queued up towards brackets. Mattis just spamming away out of long. Perhaps just trying to draw a crosshair and send Crims in. I like the idea. If the 5-7 can get an entry, fantastic. That's a potential inroad into this round. If he can't, let's save those rifles. Try and have something to fight with in the last round of this first half. And it does look like that's the call to be made. Mattis hanging around a little too long for my liking. Just perhaps keen to see if there's an exit to be had. Gravity's going to go hunting though. And yep, that Mach 10 grabs his second of the round, his 15th of the game so far. And these rifles are being stripped away. Flame F doing what he does best. We'll be able to at least recover an AK-47. 3D Max really don't mind about losing those rifles though. They've got plenty of cash in the bank. And that's the problem now. 7-4, the full reinvestment will come through. And for Fnatic, what does this investment even look like realistically? 2 AK saves, 2 MP9s. Afro digging about at the bottom of the lost and found to see if maybe there's a gun in there for him. And he has managed to scramble together a deagle. What can they get done with it? 3 towards B in the opening seconds. More muted approach towards Banana this time, it's safe to say. Afro looking to enable some flashes. Lucky does get one. Mattis is there to trade though, and that MP9 up close and personal. Doing what it does best, forcing Jocko out of the Banana control. Mattis, once more the man to have impact. Afro though napping on the angle. Punished for it. And despite the excellent work towards Banana, it looks like this A site is going to fall once again. And this time, Fnatic haven't got a choice. They can't call it off. They can't save for the next. This one has to stick. Site cleared. The plant will go through. Maka works his way into the pit. An intimidating angle for an AWPer to be gifted. And there's why. First shot connects onto Crims. There's no mollies to clear him out. It's going to have to be a swing. Someone's got to be brave here. And it's Mattis. Charging in, matching Gravity, shot for shot. 15 kills for each of them. Jocko gets him though, finally puts him to the grave. And for Blame F, he's got to try and stitch this 1v2 together. Gets the first, knows there's another man inside this site somewhere. But how much time has he got? How many angles can he clear? Not enough. 3D Max with a dominant lead at the half.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei.
Time to see what Fnatic's T side is made of here on Inferno. 8-4 down. It's not an insurmountable mountain, but it's a tough one nonetheless, and it has to start with this pistol, you imagine. T side, it's such a fickle beast on a map like Inferno. It can be the easiest thing in the world and the toughest simultaneously. Jocko, though, looking for early information, has gifted an opening to Fnatic. Body taking it with open arms. Half a step for Maka to hear there about a couple of players wandering towards the brackets, but he's still so isolated over towards A. Solo player in the boiler. And with that opening pick, Fnatic can just completely fall off of this. They've got no reason to get aggressive yet. Play the timings, knowing that someone like Maka, who's playing solo, has got to get into the angle. He's got to try and find some information, get something done. Nice shot from Exercise at the very least to level things back, but it is Maka who's going to be put under pressure. He's got it all to do. Could do with this kill on Afro. Catches him with nades out. That's a lovely shot. Now he has to stay alive and he can't. Swings into the short peak. Body is there for the punishment. It's a 3-on-3 afterplant. No defuse kit. So we got 30 seconds to see if 3D Max can crack this one open. It's a nice set of afterplants as well for this T side. 2 inside of the site. 1 in the apartment. Smoke goes out for Lucky to try and give him an angle. He swings in with the jewel, gets 1, but Mattis and Body combine beautifully, and there is Mattis once more, swinging out of the apartments for a double, swinging Fnatic into their 5th round, and an opportunity to drag this one right back. A story of the Young Guns this third map. Third map. It's been a long day. Counting's not my strong suit. Mattis on 17, Gravity on 15. The rifles are out and it's the force buy from 3D Max. This has been their tendency. Fnatic, more cautious, reserved in their approach, have gone towards the full eco, bought the third. 3D Max deciding that you just can't get enough util in a third round buy on a map like Inferno. So why not chance your arm here? Why not see if maybe, just maybe, those MP9s can be the heroes? Maka sneaking up, trying to catch a timing, but the trades are ugly. Body's AK spray connects nicely onto 2. Afro finds 1 more, and I mean, that's round over. A bit of a brawl towards the top of Banana, some old school at the Inferno and on show. And we can just take a moment. Fnatic going to have their 6th round here. Game of timings. It's an ugly shot from Krim, so Exercise, well, he'll grab himself an upgrade, look to save this one across. Can't imagine that Fnatic are going to let him do so. Afro on an MP9, already charging his way into towards T-spawn to try and see if he's over there. 6th round on the board for Fnatic. Full eco for 3D Max to follow, and suddenly, what was such a promising first half has been negated. Virtually nothing in it when the rifles start to come out for 3D Max again. The dual-edged sword of MR12. Sixth on the board. As you look down the money, yeah, Exercise will have the rifle. Can't imagine there'll be all that much else going for them. 2,900 loss bonus, and as we said, Inferno's such a critical utility map. Can't really be going into those buys with just a rifle and a couple of nades. You need the full bank. So we'll see a little bit of investment. Limited pickups of 5.7s, P250s, a couple of nades here and there, but realistically, Exercise is the man to watch. Number 2 on the minimap as he heads towards the B-bomb site early. See if maybe Top Banana will give him the pick he needs. Deep smoke goes through, but going to be disrespected by Blame F. That AK flying through. Counter molly is good, and finally he will be forced to retreat. And there we go. Banana take comes in. Nice counter nade, though. As soon as Banana is conceded, some pressure applied towards the brackets. Good damage found, and 3D Max are going to double the bluff. They get the banana control, then they cycle the Galil, or do they? Something's made them think this might be back towards B, and they've called it off. In fact, they've called it off almost entirely. 4 players headed back towards that B bomb site, which is not the call that looks correct at the moment. The bomb is still bottom mid, so this can still go either way. But with 2 players probing towards long and one in the apartments as well, it feels fully set for an A take, and indeed, the bomb picked up on the back of body will start to make its way through. This apartment's kill could be everything, and indeed Gravity does get it. AK recovered though, and I think at this point, yeah, I'm going to bite my tongue on the concept of Inferno here. Gravity gets a lovely little kill in the apartments and immediately hits the accelerator to try and hide as deep into T-spawn as he can. Would have imagined this would be a buy in the next round, so I wouldn't mind seeing perhaps a few of these pistols chance their arm. They've got no Kevlar behind them, but instead they're going to act as early warning signs, as bodyguards for the rifles themselves on Gravity and Exercise, which sit nestled deep in the warmth of T-spawn. So fnatic will exit out with 4. 3D Max will save with 5. Inferno, everyone. Really not much more to say than that. This is where, however, it could start to get a little bit interesting. The rifle buy is put together. Up in the hands of Maka. First time on this CT side, he's been able to afford the big green. Of course, fnatic not opting to take it. 4 rifles saved. They'll upgrade the 5th and go again. Wants to take it over towards this B bomb site as well. Posted on the half wall for now. Banana take util exchanged. Good damage done onto Blame F. He goes down to 17. It is going to be this exchange towards Banana. Good flashes over the top, but that chip damage continues to come through for the CT side. Afro low, dealt with by his teammates Molly. In fact, his body who goes down to Afro's Molly. We'll get it right in the end, but the point is inevitable. Someone went down to a nade they shouldn't have done and forces fnatic to reconsider their options. Well-timed rotate from Maka puts him onto long. And a 3-man stack of this A site starts to come through. They're well set to receive what looks to be the A site hit from fnatic. Gravity and Exercise split between the site itself. Maka locking down the rotations out from long. It's a bit of a timing on it though, and he does start to change his mind. Just starts to retreat into the relative safety of the back of the archway. And that does leave Gravity and Exercise on a little bit of an island inside the site itself. Missed shot. Maka knows he should have hit that one. Mattis gets away with a second lease on life. Could that be punished now? Exercise actually gives his position away a little bit. Molotov comes in. He's stuck, flashed, blinded. Nothing he can do. Gravity, nothing he can find either. And that missed shot from Maka is the catalyst for a collapse on the A site. You could see Exercise was nervous. The potential of long was there. He had to cover it, had to pre-fire. Leaves him vulnerable. Util comes in, clears the man out. Gravity, I mean, at that point, it's an impossible situation. It's a 1v4 swing. And what was a promising start, what was low HP bars. I mean, look at Afro and Blame. They've not taken an ounce of damage since they first got spotted on Banana. It all falls by the wayside. We level things out 8 apiece. 3D Max, of course, have to save. The accountant's been on the phone to them as well. 8-all. Anyone's game here. We spoke about how fnatic do tend to lean T side. I think we're starting to see it now. Got some nice ideas, some good individuals. Albeit a little bit of fortune in that round. Mattis and Gravity matching each other for ADR now as well, if you just wanted to say there was absolutely nothing between the two of them. A killer difference, but both on 117 ADR. Not a bad place to be 16 rounds into Inferno. See if they can continue it. Fast pace here. fnatic with Banana, they want to fight for it, and Jocko is caught, nade in hand. Lovely opening, make it a double. Afro gets Maka. And now this is going from bad to worse as Body rips the skull clean out of Lucky. An out-of-body experience, leaving Gravity and Exercise. I mean, yes, there's a couple of tags, but it's just not enough from the CT side, and you can see it. Gravity wants nothing more to do with this. He's been told he's got to back away. He's got to save. Maybe see if there's a couple of exits. Maybe fnatic will make a misstep and stumble their way into this B-bomb site. But realistically, there's util, there's time. There's a 9th round on the board here. fnatic playing smart, doing their due diligence, clearing their angles, flashbangs over the top. Good protocols. But realistically, it means now it's going to be the B-bomb site. It's going to be round number 9, and it's going to be Exercise and Gravity just trying to hold on to what they've got. Couple of players potentially going to commit to the hunt here. There's a good amount of money left on a couple of them, so fnatic can afford a few rifles going by the wayside if they can maybe take away any remaining firepower from this CT side. Exercise in a little bit of trouble. Legs up his first shot, but the HE will bail him out. Can't see Mattis through the dust cloud of his own explosion, so he goes down. Gravity thinking about going for that AWP. Wants to recover. He knows Mattis is here somewhere, and Mattis is just on another level right now. Rips the head out of the other lad. 9 on the board. No rifle saved. Big decisions to be made here for 3D Max. They got good loss bonus. The buy will still come through, but there's going to be sacrifices, and that means there's going to have to be some proactivity. Tactical timeout, well timed. Knowing there has to be some kind of recognition of a difference. Talk to the coach. What's the idea, Chief? How do we break down this offense? Where do we need to change up? We've not seen either of these teams really go for the apartments aggression. Not seen either of them really go for mid aggression either, other than 3D Max on the pistol. So potentially an avenue of opportunity there. Feels tough to pick out individuals on a map like Inferno, but definitely feels like Lucky needs to step up a little bit as well. Just looking at the numbers across the board, that seems to be the discrepancy at the moment, and they need 3D Max, just a couple of players to start hitting some shots. Get up on a similar level to Mattis and really start to fly, and we got a game on our hands. 3-man setup towards A this time. Blame F. For now, solo towards the bottom of Banana. Playing ahead of the smokes. Looking for a bit of a timing. Bails out. Afro spamming away on the AWP. The usual shenanigans in Banana. Molotov goes in. Maka this time, though, does get the better of 1, 2, 3. They walk into him in the apartments. Just playing duck hunt. 3 1v1s given, 3 1v1s taken. I mean, we spoke about firepower being a little missing, but Maka's not going to miss those shots. Pedestrian stuff. Not sure where fnatic came up with that idea from, but definitely not the right one. 3D Max given a golden opportunity to level things up here. Practically hand-wrapped by the T side. And for the next 50 seconds, we get to watch Blame F save a rifle. Inferno. This is the point where normally you just sort of start talking about the weather with your co-caster, and you'll be very glad to hear that we do have a super sub coming in for the second best of 3 here on the C stream. We are going to have Affinity joining us. Give me a bit of a break. Someone to talk to when we're waiting 50 seconds for Blame F to save an AK, which will be nice. Nice to have some company in the server with me. No details yet as to which game we'll be covering, though, so we'll get that information to you as soon as we have it. Of course, we've got to get all the games done before we get there. And we'll have a quick recap of the other games that are going on, shall we? Just to get an idea of where we're at. Cloud9 with a clean 2-0, Inferno 5 with a clean 2-0, and Falcons with a 2-1. So this is the last game live at the moment. Falcons will be playing the winner of this matchup. And OG will be playing the loser. got to imagine that's where we will be watching OG play the loser of this 3D Max Fnatic game. We'll get that confirmed as soon as I can. Full AK's out for Fnatic, 3D Max. After the reprieve of the previous round, they've got the AWP in the hands of Maka again. They've got the utility on hand. Looking to get something going towards the top of Banana, but what is that? A strike from the heavens. Body and Afro. Blame F's the third HE there. It's a team effort. And it's just a little bit of magic out back pocket of Fnatic. They could not have timed that better. Round over. And Blame F's going to put salt in the wounds here. He spent 50 seconds saving this AK. It's not Blame F, it's Mattis. The numbers being skewed is skewing my brain, but 2 players left to save in Exercise and Maka. They'll be desperate to hold on to these rifles as well. I mean, that's just a 1 in a million. One of those uncountable rounds. Shot from Maka, trying to save this AWP. Utility gets dumped to try and enable it. The leg will be converted on by Exercise. I mean, he's got support here, but there is so many bodies. They will strip the rifles away. And Fnatic, well, when you get one of those nonsense rounds where everything goes your way, why not try and turn the screws on it? (10-9). Economy in the gutter for 3D Max. Can they stitch something together? Their third and final tactical timeout to try and work it out. Maka's got the money for the AWP if he wants it. Mattis is just on another level right now. 21-9. Sometimes an individual just takes hold of a game and says he's winning it, regardless of what's going on elsewhere, and it definitely feels like Mattis is having one of those moments. Such a promising individual for this Fnatic lineup. 91 out of 100 on the new HLTV firepower metrics. That's a very nice place to be. Can 3D Max put a stop to him? Can they get something out of someone to match that kind of firepower? Mattis has made his way in here. He's not seen the man in apartments. Oh, how bad could this be? He had a free kill there. Nobody was looking his way, and instead it's Exercise with a double kill out of Boiler. Bomb down in no man's land, and those small mistakes are really starting to get worse. Well traded down at the very least. 3D Max get away with one there. Mattis had 3 kills. You could see the head, but got to imagine he's on 4x3 because he just didn't quite notice it and enabled Exercise to swing on out. A brawl in towards short is the only fair way to describe it. And in amongst the carnage, 3D Max has come out the better. Body on the angle, nothing for him to do. 10-all, we are going all the way to the wire. Nobody is willing to give an inch here. 2 incredibly evenly matched teams. We knew this before we came in. 2 perhaps skewed maps, but this one is giving everything. Inferno always feels better as the decider map. That rings true once again. Exercise on an off angle in the apartments, but he's not really going to be tested at the moment. 4 players for Fnatic wanting that banana control. Initial util wards them off it somewhat. They reset, but they're still pressing the issue. They're still pushing it. Afro working his way up, and there's only 2 players here to receive for 3D Max, so they have to back away. Map control conceded. As Crims has a bit of a prod and a poke around the apartments. There's some big decisions to be made for the rotations here. CT side really has no information to go off of. They've been completely shut out of Banana. They've opted to play an app setup, so there's no real opportunity for aggression in towards mid. They're just hoping that Crims gets too keen and gives them a shot, but he's not going to. Instead, it is going to be the straight-up commitment. 50 seconds on the clock. They'll queue up towards top of Banana. They'll look to hit the B-bomb site. There's the stalling smoke from the CT side. There's only one more of those, and it's not on this bomb site. So as soon as that fades, it is all hands to the pumps. Can you hold off this hit? Here comes the util from the T side. Smoke to CT. Nade to blow the CT smoke, and out they charge. Can the spray connect? No. Jocko can't get anything. Gravity, one and done, and that is not going to be enough. Lucky spraying through the smoke desperately, but nothing is connecting for him. Blame F is on the angle. The job is done. Afro has dealt with the fast flank, and Maka cuts a lonely figure here. One kill out of the AWP early. Mattis, of course, he wants more blood. Why wouldn't he? He's been on fire. He buys time for his team. They start to work their way towards top of mid. They start to pin this AWP in. They spot him out. They know where he is. Will the bomb gift them enough time to hunt down this AWP and compound the misery of this 3D Max lineup? Maka gets one more. That should be enough to keep him alive. But it's 11 on the board for fnatic regardless. 2 rounds away from that upper bracket berth that seemed oh so improbable when they lost their map pick. Felt like an impossibility. Still, they fight. 3D Max, a scrappy buy. Got to try something, anything to make this happen. Maka's going to cycle the AWP towards B. See if maybe there's a pick be given up there. Nice util, nice protocols at the least from 3D Max, but BlameF able to nestle in the relative safety of a smoke. HGs do some good work, and now Maka goes hunting. Knows he needs something here, but the shot's just not connecting. The nades instead will do the work. Lucky's HE capitalizing on that opening damage to BlameF. An advantage found. Something to work with here for the CT side. They needed that. Didn't have the util to hold on to Banana forever, but the time they could afford has netted them an opening. fnatic still lurking 2 towards that top Banana position. Still wanting to try and press the issue. Bleed the smokes out. They get it out of Jocko. Has to call the rotation in. Has to call Lucky. The boost over the top of the smoke is timed, but it's ugly, and Jocko gets a freebie. Body spotted on the jump up. Gravity deals with Mattis out towards long, and this one feels like an inevitability now for 3D Max. They went for the buy. They forced the issue, and they are forcing this round their way. Gravity, it's an ugly spray, but it gets the job done regardless. Afro, 30 seconds on the clock. His team have got a decent amount of money behind them, so he can afford to have a bit of a look in, but as he's dinked up by Exercise down to 11 HP, now it's time to run. 3D Max know it. Look at Jocko. He's already into T-spawn. He's just waiting. Afro will set himself up on the off angle. Hope that his former teammate doesn't look to clear this one, and indeed the shadow angle will help him out. 4 seconds on that clock. It is ticking down to nothing. If he dies after time, he is in so much trouble here, and he knows it. The CT side know it. They start to swarm, and they get him. Luckily, he had some finances. But the third and final tactical timeout comes in from fnatic. They are running this to the wire. To the very extremes. All the other games are finished. Everyone else waits for this battle, monumental arm wrestle to end on Inferno. 11 all, we are as close as we could possibly be. There is nothing in it. And fnatic's buy is haphazard. Galil's A Mac-10 for Blame F and a couple of upgraded pistols. It is not what they would have wanted. But there's sacrifices for 3D Max too. Exercise. He's gone for the crocodile jaws. He'll take them towards the apartments. You couldn't see them going anywhere else. But look at this from 3D Max. They know now is the time. Force the issue. Turn the screws. Molotov goes in. It's a bit, just a split second too late. Mattis goes 1 for 1, but Macca is there. Bails him out, and look at the fast flank here. The timing on this is everything. Blame F has heard it, but Macca has got another kill in the meanwhile, and that means he's a little isolated towards these brackets. Mac-10 in his arms. He sits on the staircase, desperate for someone to give him a peek. There it is. Spots out the second, but he's dinked and dealt with by Jocko. And Afro, he's been here before. Khalil in hand. 1v3. Exercises. XM first up, and it won't miss. 3D Max with the opportunity now. 12-11. One chance at glory before it's overtime. Before we do this all again. But look at the buy. 3D Max, they have struggled with their finances. They've been up and down. But right when they need it most, all of their investments pay off. fnatic go bankrupt. Blame F, the only person who's able to afford something that isn't a pistol, and even then, it's just a Mac-10. It's got to be fast here. It's got to be furious, and it's got to be B. There's no other choice. They've not got the util, they've not got the time, and now they've not got the manpower. Jocko's M4 rings out. Mattis doing what he can, but the mollies are licking at the feet of his teammates. Mattis is nade, gets a second, and somehow, some way, the kid is keeping them in this. All the names on this fnatic lineup, and it's Mattis who's doing the work. Macca being a bit cheeky with it, gets one. No scope through the smoke, won't connect, has to back away. And Afro and Crims have got rifles now. Macca is spamming for all he's worth. He wants to keep the crosshairs busy. He wants to keep the damage coming, and he has tagged up Afro. Crims on the angle towards top. Banana gets one, and the trade isn't forthcoming. He's trying to bait the shot out of the AWP, but the HE does more work. Those tags won't matter to an AWP. It's Crims on the off angle. He goes down. All on Afro. All or nothing, and it's nothing at all. fnatic will drop to the lower bracket of the IEM Rio close qualifiers, and it will be 3D Max who keep on going. It is a mammoth series from the Frenchman. You got to say, I mean, you would have thought their heads would have dropped. They lost their map pick of Anubis. That should have been the clean 2-0. The last two times these teams met, it was the clean 2-0. It was 3D Max. They had to go to the decider. They had to go to Inferno, a map where both of these teams play a very solid half. And still, despite the heroics of Mattis, and I'm going to shout him out again because he was playing just out of his skin for fnatic, it is still 3D Max who get it over the line. It is still that team play and those individual moments combining beautifully. And for fnatic, I mean, this is going to be one of those moments I think you look back on and realize that this roster is in a bit of trouble. It certainly feels that way to me. You know, 3D Max, they are a very solid team, but they're a team searching for consistency at the moment. They have moments of brilliance, and then it all goes out the window. Recent losses to Sinners compared to recent championship wins against the likes of Ents and the Mongols. They are a team searching for consistency. fnatic are a team searching for redemption, and at the moment, they aren't finding it. They're dropping to the lower bracket. We are going to have them, we think, up next on this stream against OG. So if you want to watch that, make sure you stick around. That'll be live in about 45 minutes or so. And as I said, I'll have Affinity joining me for that one to try and save a bit of my voice. But for now, it is 3D Max who head through. It's fnatic who goes to the lower bracket. And we'll see you soon for some more of the games. Hello and welcome back to the IEM Rio 2024 European Close Qualifiers. I am still Wolfie, but I've got someone bringing a bit of energy to the table, hopefully, for this second game, because I've about run out of it. Luckily, we've got Affinity with us. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. Yourself?
I've just watched fnatic play 3 max, so I think that says about all that needs to be said. And unfortunately, we've got to watch them again, this time up against OG, which we've been talking a bit about off camera, just sort of chatting through how it looks and how we think it's going to go. And I think the rough summary is it's not going to be a lot of fun.
Ooh, see, I think it might be quite a scrappy series, is my thoughts. Both of these teams maybe haven't had necessarily the strongest showings recently. And after, the player break, maybe finding their footing a little bit slower than some of the other teams that we've seen competing in the close qualifiers. But I think that might lead to quite a scrappy series. And I'm all for that, actually. I want to see a lot of messy fights, a lot of weird strats pulled out the bag. So I'm hoping that maybe that's what we get in exchange for this series.
I think you're probably on the right lines. I think that's definitely what we're roughly going to end up with. But before we dive into the specifics of this matchup, let's just have a quick look at how... Oh, we're skipping the graphics. So we're not going to look at how the qualifiers going. We're just going to dive straight in. Why not? Right. So, fnatic obviously played 3D Max. I had the pleasure or pain, depending on how you want to look at it, of watching that. And all the statistics, every feasible number that exists says fnatic should have won that game. But their team play and their cohesion as a unit leaves a lot to be desired. They're definitely feeling very rough around the edges right now. There have been some recent changes, so maybe you can forgive it, but it's very much feeling like a contrast at the moment of a huge amount of firepower and no clue what to do with it. I've not watched a lot of OG, so are we talking the same, or do they actually know how to play a map?
I have a feeling that they might be quite similar on this one. They've not had as many reps as Fnatic recently. Fnatic's been playing a lot more since the player break, which is maybe a little bit worrying. As you said, the cohesion's not exactly looking up to par there. But they've had a lot more practice. OG, they've had less official series since we've come back last month. So I actually don't know. I haven't seen them play a whole lot either here. I mean, they've had fairly mixed results if we have a look at what OG's played in recently. They played, of course, in Blast Full Groups and Showdown, where they struggled against Spirit and Complexity. They beat Amcol, they lost to FaZe, very, very back and forth. They're losing to some teams that maybe they shouldn't have. And then IEM Rio Open Qualifiers, their final match was up against Bait, where they won both matches, but it was really close, and there should have been a lot bigger of a gap I would have expected to see. And then close qualifiers, they beat Heroic, which is a good sign, but they then lost to Sashi, they lost to Passion UA, teams that I'd be saying that I really wouldn't expect this roster to be losing to. So I think both of these teams are in unfortunate positions right now. And of course, this is the lower bracket, so this is do or die for one of these two teams as well. And I don't like their odds against whoever comes down from the upper bracket next either.
Yeah, it's getting more and more stacked as it goes on at the minute. There is some seriously powerful teams in here. And I mean, both of these lineups have not had fun times of it. But one thing that's going to influence this, and I think in a fairly major way, is going to end up being the veto, right? We sort of toyed with it, and the maps are weird, and teams sort of ban the same stuff some of the time, and they play the same stuff some of the others. So we can just rattle through that quickly and just see what we've got. Obviously, permabans immediately. Mirage goes, Nuke goes. OG pick Inferno, which was one of those ones where we were kind of talking about it before and saying if they'd watched the 3D Max game, it felt like they'd lean into it, otherwise they wouldn't. Yeah. So that kind of makes a lot of sense. And then Fnatic, we had potentially Vertigo for the punish. We had potentially Ancient for the comfort. What we didn't have was Anubis out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was. That one caught me a little bit by surprise. I think actually maybe it's a good map for them to pick into as well. OG's had not amazing results on Anubis. They float it quite often as a decider map, and it often doesn't get there. But they've only won it 2 of the 3 times they played it in officials since they've come back. And that should worry the hell out of them.
I mean, I'm sure it will. And Dust 2 as the decider. We get the second string of bans. OG ban out Ancient. Again, makes sense. You can understand it. Fnatic, this is where I really start to get a bit confused with it, because they had a 50-50. They could have gone Vertigo. They could have gone Dust 2. Either they've done their homework and they've actually watched some demos of OG playing Dust 2 and they've gone there because there is that bit more data and a bit more understanding, or they're just not confident in their Vertigo anymore. But either way, very puggy map, right? As much as I can sit here and nitpick it, you're going in the same direction no matter where you go. You're going firepower heavy, get the individuals fired up and online. And that was something that I think, as much as I am very critical of Fnatic, knowing the story of the org and how long they've been around the scene and how mediocre this lineup can look, I think you've got to sort of tip your hat to the amount of firepower that is available. Obviously, the likes of Blame F, Crim's body is very, very storied, and CS Go too, wherever you want to go. And then they've got Mattis, who is looking like a very, very talented youngster. So on that regard, you can sort of go, yeah, whatever. We'll end up wherever we end up if it takes us to get to 3. Because you do sort of think, I don't think Fnatic are going to make the same mistakes twice. I don't think we're going to see that same lack of cohesion that I was lamenting about constant through the 3D Max game. They've got Inferno up first. They literally just played it, tighten up the gaps a little bit, solidify a couple of bits here and there. I mean, it went right down to the wire against 3D Max, and I think I would quite happily put 3D Max at a caliber above OG at the moment. And then they go to Anubis, which they looked very, very comfortable on against 3D Max. So I think if we'll do the prediction thing, and I think it'll be a fairly comfortable Fnatic 2-0 in my end.
You know what? I think I'm going to agree with you on that as well. And as you said, I'm kind of surprised that maybe they didn't lean into that Vertigo. We were talking about how that could be a really punishing pick for them. But yeah, I think you're right with the more puggy style going to be what they try and play into on this one. And in terms of firepower, from what we've seen today alone, I think that will bode better for Fnatic here, OG. Unfortunately, I'm going to say that they will not see that third map.
Yeah, let's stick it out there. It's going to happen. It's going to be a clean 2-0.
I said that. I jinxed you earlier because because of course you were solo casting earlier, and I didn't wake up in time to emergency jump on and help out. So what happened was I was watching the games and I made a comment and I was like, should be over and done soon unless it goes third map, completely sarcastically. And then it goes a third map and I'm like, I am truly sorry. I'll just see myself out. But yeah, so who knows? I expect it to go 2. I'm going to wait with bated breath, though, because I've already been wrong distinctly once today.
I do think if it even goes to 3, I mean, off the back of the 3D Max series, I was kind of saying that I can sort of hear the death bells ringing for this Fnatic lineup a bit. It's very early doors for me to even be saying that, but it does feel like there is a lack of cohesion, and it feels like someone sort of needs to grab the bull by the horns a little bit and go, right, what are we doing? How are we going to get this cohesion back into this lineup? How are we going to change things? And I do sort of think, for me, if it's not clean 2-0, even if it's 2-1 and they take 2 maps and they lose one, I'm still feeling in that same direction for them. It really does feel like this lineup is just doomed from the start. And you get that sort of gut instinct sometimes with lineups. You look at them, you watch them play a bit, and you just go, this is never going to work. I can't see how these individual pieces are ever going to make anything happen. I'm really getting that with this Fnatic lineup, but I desperately, desperately hope I'm wrong. And of course, Inferno is going to be our first battleground to try and see if maybe, just maybe, Fnatic can make something happen here.
Keeping my fingers crossed. An Inferno map that I never get to see anymore. It feels like so many teams have shied away from it, but we're going to be kicking it off here. I like the aggression that we're seeing towards mid here. They're actually taking a lot of space, but unfortunately, everyone is going to be missed as they head down Bernarda early on.
A fairly simple setup. It's a bomb it into the B bomb site, drop the util, and that is pretty much exactly what we're going to get. An early flashbang, a start of a warning for OG. Prison and Fiku in pretty decent spots, but again, that 3-man stack towards the A. So you get in the wrong place, and this feels impossible. One pop flash is all these Julies have got, and it's all they're going to get. Body with a clean headshot. Fiku doing the best he can, but it's a quick trade down. And at this point, I mean, 3v4 retake, I'm not even seeing a kit on the board here, Affinity. It does not feel good.
It does not. They were just so far away, and as you said, it's an unfortunate matter. Wrong site, wrong time. They can try go for this, but as the smokes come on through as well, everything just gets infinitely harder for them. They are going to try round this corner here. The crossfire is so well established, however.
I mean, how do you even start to break this one down? You can see Buzz is looking for a shot. He's looking for an angle, but as you said, the crossfires are there. They're really cleanly locked, although Modo has decided he wants to have something to say about it. If he had a kit, you'd really back him at this situation, but just the time for that swing from Afro. He knows there's a full 10 seconds. They gets off the bomb. It's a clean enough headshot. Fnatic get their pistol on the board. I do think that potentially, we didn't really get to touch on it, but that one X factor on the OG lineup, Modo feels like he's got the potential, and we saw it a little bit in the 3D Max game. We saw a little bit of the Matisse versus Gravity, that's the one. And it really did turn into sort of those two youngsters just going hammer and tong at each other. So potentially, maybe, just maybe, if Modo can get online like he very nearly did in that pistol, we could still have something to say about this series.
Absolutely. I like the scout coming out here as well, but unfortunately is just going to be forced straight away. And that HE going to fall up as well. Not going to be re-peeking that anytime soon. And actually, leading heavily over towards A, they've taken a lot of space, push bit up towards Banana, create that tension, and actually just evacuate. And they've actually managed to pull Modo over towards B as well, leaving that A site vulnerable.
Double apartment setup. It's a brave call, and you can understand it with MP9s in hand. But again, when you rotate that third man off, this setup becomes so vulnerable to just book it up to the A site. Although, fnatic playing it relatively cautiously, a slow approach, working out through long. They've given up A pick in the apartments, and if maybe, just maybe, the CTs were a little more inclined to rotate in, this one could still have some legs to it. The problem is we're still not seeing the rotate, and the timing starts to get so nasty here. fnatic doing what he does best, cleaning up house. Nexius, well, he gets the 1-for-1, and yeah, it's just solid enough. A 4v3 retake with 2 Deagles on the board. At least they've got a kit this time. But again, they just needed to be here maybe 5 seconds sooner, look to disrupt that plant a little bit earlier, get something going, because Nexius now, he's a little bit stuck with 2 players inside of the site, body well established in towards the pit. No Molotov to really clear this out. The HE will go in, but it's not going to do any real damage. And now those Deagles just charging in. Crizzen doing what he can. Does well to even get one, but quickly mopped up before it gets too sketchy.
Absolutely, and just going to be trying to save that scout. Not worth the fight. Got smoked out in library there, and the HE taking him down to 5. There was no chance for him to really engage in that fight at all. But it's something that I've noticed already, and I'm wondering if this is going to be a theme throughout the whole of the map, is that fnatic always look like they have the upper hand and that they're playing well, but OG's bringing it a lot closer than is comfortable. And like they're doing surprisingly well as well, and a lot more than they should be against fnatic.
You'll start to notice this more and more. I mean, I'm already getting some sort of very similar signs to the previous game against 3D Max. It's stuff like the isolated peek into the apartments, like the 1v1 just straight up peek into the apps. blamef going out on his own and then getting late traded 1-for-1, and it essentially leaves fnatic in a 3v4 situation there where if it's not pistols and there's actually some rifles on the OG side, you'd really back them to make that retake stick. It's sort of the theme that you're going to see the more you watch fnatic play. There's some nice ideas, but they tend to get just a little too individualistic and try and push things, rely on that individual talent perhaps a smidge too much, and it does leave them vulnerable. This one, of course, I mean, you can rely on individual talent just about as much as you want here because there's just not enough firepower on the OG side of things to really get anything done at all. Bomb will go down. Maybe an exit kill or 2 here would be good. Nexius is thinking about being cheeky with it, and he does manage to nab his kill. blamef, it's only the Mac 10, unfortunately, that goes down. But it's not a bad end result as Crim starts to mop up the remaining pieces here. A couple of kills, it's not too shabby at all for OG.
No, it's not. It's good that they did that. I was surprised Nexius managed to get a kill disrespecting the smoke in that way. But as we said, a lot better than we'd expect them to do. And fnatic, it's going to cause them some problems as well because they're not really able to build up as much economy as you'd like to see in the background with losing so many people each round. And it's been so close with OG at a loss and weakened on the armory side of things. Now that they've got the full weapons, Modo on the AWP, better sort of rifles across the board, more utility, you know, this is the round I think maybe we'll see. I think that Molotov might not have been landing its intended mark there. Buzz challenged first. Matty's how I'm going to deal with that. Nexius with the Molotov to try put some distance between them. But it is just going to be a band-aid on the overall issue here. They've rotated someone over across as well.
That's a tough opening pick to give up, and then a second follows, and Fiku, I mean, he is absolutely stuck here. Flashed off, desperately trying to get inside of the site to give himself some protection. Nexius has done well, picked up 1, actually managed to double his account on the A hit. So again, just a little bit splintered from fnatic. You've got a couple of players pressing the issue over towards A, 3 trying to press on B against 1. Fiku is completely isolated and still is, but Nexius is able to grab 2. And I mean, if Fiku gets a kill on Cross here, then this retake is absolutely on. That Molotov may well just tickle at the feet of blamef. Very unfortunate not to get more from that. And that will allow for the rotation to start coming over, start to set up for what should be a relatively winnable retake. Nice pop of the smoke, just doesn't quite catch the timing on body.
Does not, and Flames manages to cross as well. That's the bomb over, but Piku disrespecting the smoke, manages to get himself a kill, doubles down. Body finds a trade here, but it might be too little too late. 30 seconds on the clock, but there's already so many people here. Reinforcements on the way. Now you're not particularly going to want to. The moment he plants out in the open, wrong move, wrong position. And that will be OG taking themselves a first round, and actually pretty cleanly there.
That's a 3v5 conversion, so not a bad shout at all for OG. And again, you're starting to see it early on. fnatic, they just didn't need to commit to the short play. They just needed to back out of that situation, accept you've got the 5-on-3, reset and go for the late round play. Feels like occasionally they're missing sort of that mid-round direction on how to re-establish yourselves after getting that opening advantage. The perk is, of course, they're on the T side of things, so the economy will support them endlessly. They get a solid enough buy here. 3 Galils, a couple of AK-47s. Enough smokes, I'd say, to plan a full execute if they want to go in that direction as well, whereas OG making the usual sacrifices. Buzz drops down to the MP9, couple of players without head armor. And fnatic just happy to slow this one down in the opening moments and bleed the util out of OG.
Absolutely the way to do it. They've not got much utility of their own to counter it with, so playing it slow, trying to keep hold of it for the later round is going to be necessary here. But I think OG showing good signs already. And it's always Buzz. I feel really bad for Buzz. Buzz, it's been his whole career, hasn't it? Buzz, you're going to drop down to the MP9. Moto, has the angle here as well. She's going to be challenged by multiple at the same time. If he's lucky, he's going to get one. Unfortunately, just going to have to back away here, but has the backup of Nexus. However, there's that apartments player coming on through that they do have to be wary of. Their backs are turned to him right now.
It's a nice setup from fnatic. They've got them well pinched inside of the site, but they're looking for the rotations early. Body and Mattis looking for them, and well, Fiku gets a freebie. And suddenly, this site hold looks a lot stronger if they're looking for the long play, just unaware of Mattis' position. Able to grab a gift of a kill, and suddenly, this looks very sketchy indeed. Moto on 12 HP inside of the site. He goes down. The rotations have been caught. A whiffed spray from Buzz, and he's punished. And in the blink of an eye, that site has just fallen. It's not anything particularly special from fnatic. Again, just a little bit disjointed and a couple of missed timings on the call, I think, from OG. Fiku getting that initial kill on Long, almost lulling them to a false sense of security and thinking that Long is therefore completely covered. Mattis gets a gift, and he's not going to turn those ones down.
No, I was quite surprised. OG's had the misfortune of, unfortunately, just moving people over and making those rotates early and often wrong calls. However, if they'd been able to catch a couple more of the fnatic players as they were rotating over from B, could have been a completely different round. I do think it's quite interesting that they have sent BlameF hunting here as well. They are trying to sort of track down that final weapon, even without the money in their bank to really support losing too many other people. But yeah, Christen's just going to hold on to that A1S, and it is going to be a lifeboat in the middle of a vast ocean for them. There is not much else on these players.
2,900 loss bonus will just about make this next buy viable. They are going to take the tactical, though. I think that's understandable. You can kind of look down it and go, well, Buzz is going to struggle, but he'll drop to an MP9, so that doesn't matter too much. Nexus is going to struggle, but again, not the end of the world. How do you want to look at this round in terms of Krisen's got a good amount of utility behind him. He's almost got enough for a banana take if you really want to go for it. Smoke deep, molly into logs, one pot flash over the top, maybe try and get a couple of upgraded pistols down there as Nexus looks to buy himself a deal and see if you can just get some damage into fnatic, because as much as they're 4-1 up, the reinvestment is costing them a lot here. I mean, Crimson Afro have got absolutely nothing. Body and Matties aren't far behind. So if you can get a punishment in here, if you can pull something a little miraculous out your back pocket, there definitely is still a way back into this first half.
Oh, for sure. There's still plenty of time for them to recover this. Although, having said that, it's crazy to think that we're already a quarter of the way through regulation this round. I'm still not used to MR30. It just rounds disappear too quickly. Viku had an idea there, was going to go for a little bit of an early peek and stopped immediately in his tracks. Grim's up close and personal. This is going to be a difficult angle for him to fight. Look at how many bodies are waiting. They've stacked over towards A. Actually, surely...
I like the idea.
Surely because they've heard nothing much banana, they're going to want to push that. You can see them taking the bomb that direction.
it's one of those where they've just made a 50-50 call, and you can't really blame them. Fiku's hit a nice shot, though, and hopefully, if you're an OG fan, that will start to dissuade them a little bit on the Fnatic side of things, and that's what we get. Nexius, nice shot on the 5-7. Krisen able to respond with one of his own on the M4A1, and if Fiku can grab a kill here, needs his gun out, and Blame is there with the punish. Critical moments just slipping by. Still very winnable, though. 2v4. Afro on site itself. BlameF does well to get one. He needs his AWP to back him up, though. And they're just going to creep this smoke now. 2 players pushing through. Afro looking the wrong way, looking for a reload, looking for a savior, and he's not going to get one. BlameF still playing with the smoke. Still just trying to see if he can find Buzz through it. It's not going to happen. The defuse is going on behind him. The round's good and done. Blame's just looking for a little bit of extra on the exit here. Look to hold on to the AK, but it's not going to happen.
That is the worst possible outcome. Blame there, attention divided, pincered from both sides, and just so hyper-focused on Buzz there. Now, if you were Blame, would you have maybe decided to go have a look back and just pray that, you know, Buzz respected the smoke? Or...
I feel like he's decided the round's done.
Yeah.
He's called it over before it's even happened, and I don't think that's unreasonable. B-site Inferno retakes are a nightmare at the best of times, let alone when you've got someone biting at your heels coming back at you. So he's made the call. It's one of those. It's still a decent enough buy for Fnatic into this one. He, of course, doesn't get to save the AK across, which would have been the ideal situation, but still 3 rifles. And expect to see something just a little bit swifter here. Nice shot from Modo onto Matties to open up, though.
That's the way to do it. Now, they've not got much foothold on the map at all right now. We do see that Crims has got a little bit of space over towards A. They're desperately trying to fight for Banana right now. But just taking this one slow, back away, meet up again with Crims. But unfortunately, that site is looking particularly well fortified, and they already play it down here as well. Crims has got to contend with that balcony player.
3 smokes makes you think maybe, just maybe, there's a way they can do this. One goes towards long early, and they are going to try and contest this. I would have a really nice sight line as they start to work their way round. Although this is the Fnatic smoke they like to drop. It opens up the potential of apartments, and it also opens up the potential of that split down towards B. So just trying to bait the AWP into thinking in 2 minds about where he should be holding, and he's going to go back for more. Afro not able to capitalise, but Buzz will go down 1 for 1, and it's a couple of nice trades inside the site itself. An extra smoke available, which will just about open up the after plant. Blame F to get it down. And this is where, again, it gets just that little bit sketchy now for the CT side. 2v3, make it 2-on-2. Crims showing his intelligence, just peeking, looking for anything, and over the top of the smoke, he's able to pick off one, which makes this retake feel so ugly. The bomb about a quarter of the way gone. Modo's trying to work his way all the way around to short, and it just leaves 2 isolated 1v1s.
That re-smoke absolutely screwing Fiku there. He's got to disrespect the smoke. There's no time. Pushes out Blame F, watching for it as well. They've got to have an idea that someone's come round long. But there we go. That's Modo just backing away, wanting to save the AWP. Not really in a position to do much else there. And everyone else just gonna back away. That one, I like the retake, the re-smoke there. That one single smoke over towards Library absolutely ruined any chance they had, because Fiku either had to go rotate round or had to wait out that smoke or disrespect it. Chose to disrespect it, walked unfortunately directly into a trap. And a second timeout being called here as well, because we're getting towards the end of the half here, all things considered. And I think they're struggling. OG, they're getting the kills. They're just not able to get the kills in time to save the win condition.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of those rounds as well when you look back and realise, you know, Fnatic brought 3 rifles into that very limited utility. It should have been a knockout, should have been a shutdown. And just a couple of awkward fights really coming through. I mean, you saw Buzz able to go 1-1, but he's top balcony. He shouldn't be contesting long, realistically. There should be some kind of cover there. Modo kind of got caught in 2 minds, I suppose. Afro played it well, pushed the issue, tried to keep the AWP passive, but by pressing the smoke, he really forced Modo to fall deep into Library, and then that just exposed the entire site setup. And from there, like you said, a couple of nice place smokes, a nice couple of timings, and the round just slips you by. This one, they're going to try and get proactive with, and, well, there's flashbangs up left, right, and centre, so nobody can see a damn thing. But Krisen, he's going to do just about well enough to open things up.
Almost. Fiku thought he'd got away with his life there. But that's an unfortunate one. The flashbangs causing issues for both teams. They are just going to fall back there. They don't really particularly want to push them and fight down Banana there. Throw out a smoke, and that is going to stop Mattis even having a poke back at Banana. Now they are gathering up in mid, heading over towards A, but OG, they've already called this. They've rotated everyone on over here for this fight. And actually, the fact that Figu's not hearing anything, he's got to have passed this over. The information that OG have in their hands right now is immense.
I mean, I'd hesitate to say it, but it should be a lockout. First round of smokes go over the top. CTs are going to be playing ahead of both of those. Arch and Library really not going to do anything at all. So as the pot flash comes through, there should be a nice enough setup here to deal with it. Modo in a good spot. Can't quite land his first bite at it. Not punished too much, though. Able to reset. Look his way back towards the site. And Mattis again just on one still after yesterday's games. Buzz trying to rotate into a position to get something done from Minipit. Mollied out of his first option. Blame F and Crim's able to combine for a nice couple of kills. And now Krisen and Fiku. This is all on the timings and it's just not quite right for the MP9. Fiku's in an awkward spot here as well, working in late, well read by Afro, and that's another one where 4v5 conversion comes through from fnatic, and it's not anything particularly smart. It's a couple of missed shots on the edges. Mattis does very well to punish Modo, and then the site just collapses in on itself.
That was one that we were praising the setup and like that they are ahead of the smokes. They should be fine. And as you said, the pieces sort of topple one by one. Modo, if he got that initial kill, we would have seen an entirely different round there, I think. But alas, that is not how the ships fell. Now, Fiku left as this Banana defender once more, and only with a deagle once again, but have seen some crazy shots hit. Buzz is going to take the initial contact, however. Either going to come away with a kill, however.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this setup. I always feel like when you go to these sort of half-bar situations, you're better off rolling the dice on something a little inventive than fall into what is looking increasingly like a very sort of standard default.
Default, yeah.
I mean, Fiku and Modo, sure, there's a little bit of something there towards top Banana. Maybe you can get the bait and switch going, but these three A players are really stuck between a rock and a hard place now. They've got to hit some shots, and they've got to hit them very quickly. I think the barrel of Buzz's gun was just pointing out there as well, so Crims should have half a clue about what's going on. Buzz thinking about the possibility of Crim's angle as well, but again, the problem is there's just not enough firepower here, and I mean, OG have even stole a third one over towards that B bomb site, so this is going to fall apart. It's just a matter of how much longer as Blame F opens things up. Nice shot from Nexius for one, but again, the trade is there immediately.
They can just lock out of this site. However, that retake can be so hard. They do still have to get a Buzz, but unfortunately Buzz, as you said, was left, had to watch short at apartments here as well. And unfortunately, only so much you can do with one gun and two eyes. They have managed to get the rotate on over, and Buzz is still hanging on for dear life here. Isn't able to get a kill, however, that's Mattis taking his head clean off his shoulders. And now Chris and Modo, what do you even do here? The round is over. You've got these deagles. You've not got a whole load of money in the bank. Maybe trying to go for an exit here, but unfortunately, actually, Modo going to pick up a kill there, trying to steal back a rifle. The resmoke coming in, there's no way that they can even attempt this. An arm's not quite long enough to reach that rifle.
Yeah, it's a shame he got the kill so far away, realistically. If he'd been out towards long, they probably would have grabbed it and ran. That's a boost and a half. Hoping to see someone in apartments on the transfer. They're going to get their shot as well. Oh my goodness, Mattis. This is what we saw from him against 3D Max as well. When he gets into a bit of a vein of form, he is looking really electric, and that's a lovely shot to get his 10th kill on the board. fnatic already 7-2 up. I mean, realistically, if you're OG, you've got to start hitting the panic button here, and we are going to see Modo get that up in his hands yet again. I feel like we need just something a little more inventive out of the CT side. I'd like to see them try the banana take just to throw something different in there. We've not really seen anything beyond, especially on the rifle buys, a fairly passive default into getting executed on and your sight hole collapsing.
True. I'd love to see them try fight with some sort of aggression because they're playing really far back here. And they're just waiting for the mistakes to be made. And unfortunately, by the time that fnatic have got onto a site, they've already lost too many people. Round's too far gone. I'd love to see them take the fight to them. However, unfortunately, not going to get that this round. Flamef going to be rounding the corner. Gets a lot of damage off. Not going to be able to confirm the kill. And they're just going to shuffle him towards the back to watch the flank, I guess.
Yeah, Mattis has tagged up Buzz on the other site in the meanwhile, just to keep things even more interesting.
They've rotated over Modo early, which I like, but unfortunately, it looks like fnatic, they're hesitating on even going towards B here.
They're actually going to cycle the AWP in and out, so Crizzen will work his way back knowing that he's low HP, try and set himself up on a bit of an off angle in towards CT. fnatic, I mean, yeah, I'm not entirely sure here. I think they're just stalling for rotation timings, and to be fair to them, it is working. Crizzen has started to make his way out towards the apartments. Arches, there we go. And he's going to work his way, drop a little bit of util over towards the A-bomb site. I mean, these nades coming over the top will give the game away, but it's a question of how many shots can these two site players hit. Crizzen does well from CT to spam away one, and if they don't clear Fiku, they could get a little awkward. He's managed to find a kill, but again, just about finding the trades on fnatic, and with 28 seconds left on the clock, I mean, Crizzen, he could go for it, could look to deny the bomb plant, but the clock's not really an issue yet for fnatic. And again, those low HP bars are going to be a problem. Afro picks off one. And with Buzz on 18 HP, I'm not too sure. Yeah, OG just can't justify it.
No, it seems like it has been the case this whole map is by the time that they get here, because fnatic, or I don't know whether it's credit to fnatic for waiting for those rotate timings or a faux pas on OG's part. They just seem to always rotate the wrong player to the wrong side at the wrong time. It's like the stars have aligned so horrifically for them.
I think the real problem that round was the two tags to low HP, because you can kind of... What I would have wanted to see from OG, if they had the health to work with it, is it goes quiet and we get aggressive on A. And we see something and we flash into mid and we get some kind of idea of what's happening so we can get the rotations going. But with two players, one shot from death, you can't risk making that play. You can't try that proactive thing. So you end up just falling into, again, the same passive default hold that you've been doing the whole half. And at that point, I don't think it's any particular credit to fnatic just holding and waiting for the rotations, but it's just an inevitability that you're going to have to make a rotation. You're going to have to make a call with no information. You're going in blind, and you've not really got the health to be doing that. This time, though, this is what we want to see. Something a little bit more inventive. Nexius is going to get proactive down mid, and he's going to get rewarded with at least a kill. Quickly traded away. Buzz's HG finds one more, but again, it's Matty's, and this time Body to back him up, keeping this T-side in at 2-on-2.
Lovely start there. We talked about the proactivity. If he'd been able to find some more, would have been incredible. But alas, not to be. Crims, if he can get this kill, he is going to fall there. But OG, is it too little too late at that point? That was a really nice round. We talked about switching up, doing something proactive, and they actually win the round, whether it's directly off the back of that. They got a lot of information from that play early on down mid. But even 4-8 half, you know, and even that's not a guarantee right now. Is it enough going on to their T side? I'll be curious to see, because it really feels like they have been struggling to find the passion in this sort of map. And they are going on to the side where they have to be proactive and take the steps first.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, and I think that's just going to make it a little bit tougher. Nice combination with Body, with the nades. I mean, that's what you're going to get with this fnatic lineup. That's what you're going to get when you've got so many very experienced individuals. Those kind of preset nade timings, they're just intrinsic at this point, and it's an absolute gift of an opener for fnatic. Really don't have to do anything to make it happen. Crizzen, he's going to try and be cheeky with it. It's a nice flashbang over the top, but the problem is there's just too many bodies, so players are just too close to it. Nexius does well to get one, but at this point, trapped into the corner. Afro, he'll happily sit in the Molotov if he can find a trade, and that buys a 2-on-4, which at this point, I mean, Buzz and Modo, they're split between the two sites. It's understandable. The problem is you've got your star player, Modo. He's in completely the wrong portion of that here. And Buzz, well, it's a 1-for-1 trade if fnatic know what they're doing, and Blame F is in the right position to get it.
Is having Crims there just sitting and listening for any information as well, and they're sending Modo round the world for this one. But look at that, somebody sat there waiting, and that is going to be a 9-3 half to fnatic.
Well, it was OG's map pick, but it sure didn't feel like it. 3 rounds on their CT half. fnatic 9 to the good. And just feeling like there's a bit too much of a firepower discrepancy here for OG to realistically mantle. They will get a shot at it. T-side pistol could go a long way to making some kind of a recovery in this situation, but banana control almost immediately taken by fnatic, and really nothing that OG can do about it.
Zero resistance put up at all there, and look at that. BlameF with an opening pick. Mattis as well, getting that information, and even not losing their life to it as well. Crim's tucked in here as well, might just be able to find something. Make the numbers swing in their favor even further here. Can hear the utility coming on out. It's all a matter of when he peaks. There we go. There it is. Spotted. Is trying to tap away. Taken down, however, but dying for the information and for the cause here. Body going to find something. Only going to find a bullet to the dome there. Mattis fighting around this corner. Gets one. Lots of damage. Not able to find anything else. And it's up to BlameF in the clutch here. They can just take that bomb B if they want to now. And that is exactly what it looks like they're doing.
Modo's going to hard clear it. Make sure it's open completely. Piku's worked his way around the apartments. BlameF a bit of an unknown for a split second, and he has actually got Krisen a little isolated here. Really needs that support line to be ran from Fiku inside of the A site at the moment. Krisen will just about get away with it, and at this point, that should be a free backstab. It's a little ugly, but Fiku gets the job done. fnatic falling on old ways, shall we say. Very 1v1 in the peak, so I can't think of a better term for it. They are just peeking one at a time in that pistol, and despite getting the opening man advantage, peeking 1v1 into T-side groups is just not a smart play. They lose it down. They're going to go for the force buy to the second regardless, which is understandable. Decent little buffer to work with. And of course, the finances of getting all the utility you need on Inferno, realistically not possible round 3. So we will see some of these MP9s come out. Absolutely no utility though, which is not a common occurrence on a map like Inferno.
No, it's not. It's going to make trying to take banana control a little bit difficult, especially with 4 people. Actually, I say 4 people are stacked here. They're just going to run it on down. The MP9s are just going to farm, and I was going to say this might be a little bit of a recipe for disaster. But actually, they managed to get all of the kills, and they are just going to head straight A. They're willing to take the gamble that they did enough damage to deter them from that B site. And actually, they have got that little bit of a presence from Buzz at the apartment, and that bomb is floating around, not fully committed yet. Buzz spots out some people, and it is going to be the sign for them to head B instead. It's whether Mattis can keep hold of this site for long enough.
There's a timing on the rotation out as well. You can see Buzz is toying with it in and amongst the apartments. There's a fast flank coming in towards B. The timings on this are ridiculous. Buzz has just been heard. He does manage to get one, but sneaking by him is the rifle body. Krisen does very well to clear him hard. And this one feels like it's just started to swing back in favor of OG here. Mattis wants it. He's toying with going through that smoke. Timing on this is going to be absolutely everything. Fiku has passed by. If Mattis comes out of this looking the wrong way, he's in a lot of trouble. 2 remaining players still over towards the A-bomb site, and Mattis, I think, intelligently just opts to back away from that situation, looks to reset as that smoke starts to fade, and here we go. Get an absolute gift there. Buzz unaware that the smoke had faded, and buys his team a 2v2 that definitely still feels winnable.
It does indeed. They've got no utility, but if you have a look at the side of OG as well, they're working with 2 single flashbangs, and that CT smoke, that's going to be clearing up pretty soon as well. Attention divided in so many different ways, but these MP9s, difficult weapons to retake, especially with Fiku back sight there as well. Krisen rounds the corner. It's going to be a matter of who pulls the trigger quicker. And actually, Afro winning that one out. Fiku, the last hope they have. There's no kit available, so it has to be them moving quickly. Gets the first kill. It's messy. Spots BlameF as well, but he gets the kill. Is there enough time for it? I don't think there is. He just has to run, and that is devastating. They make all of the right steps. Not quite enough, however, but that, I'd say, is quite a successful round, all things considered, the buy they went into it with.
It's not too shabby at all. We're lamenting the fact they didn't pick up a kit, but it's a good round to win, and it's one that gives them a really nice platform to push on from once they get the rifles into hands as well. BlameF going to have his. Should expect to see a handful of upgraded pistols into this round as well. First of fnatic's timeouts coming through. And this is where they can really look to push on, because having taken every single rifle away from OG, the reinvestment is going to essentially empty the bank accounts. They won't have anything left in reserve, so they're actually going to look to full force it here, which is understandable. If they break OG's economy here, a 1,400 loss bonus, you're looking at probably one of the scruffiest full buys, force buys even you're going to see from OG. Probably looking at 2, maybe 3 rounds before they can full buy again. So fnatic looking to pile on the pressure.
Absolutely, this is a crucial round for them. And it's these sorts of rounds that they can mess around with as well. The fact that they can force buy that second round, and even if it had gone miserably for them, they have that round buffer from such a dominant T side that maybe wouldn't have otherwise. And OG, they've been given a little bit of a window here. If they can keep this round and they can keep the economy maybe not in complete ruin, they might be able to close this gap a little bit more, but that is the goal right now, is they're still distinctly on the back foot. It is just trying to keep themselves in the green here.
Interesting setups from fnatic. Off-angle boost over towards the B bomb site, and the double apartments play over towards A. An early test for Afro, and well, he can't get anything done with it. Crim's now under a lot of pressure. Does well to get one and fall away. Utility comes out to try and buy him a bit of time, but all the while he's been looped round long, and Mattis, well, he's trying to make the rotation into support, but it is just an MP9 making that rotate, so Crizzen gets a freebie out towards long. Mattis does well to find one onto Modo, and a rough old spray through the smoke nearly comes through. But Crizzen down on 18 HP will get the bomb plant, and I think realistically at this point, Blame F and Body probably, yep.
Call it quits.
Already looking to bail out of this situation, knowing the money isn't really there. So a 6th round on the board for OG, and a much needed one, as you said, just trying to keep that money in the green.
Keeping themselves afloat. I think it's a shame because they definitely have the firepower to go for this, especially with Chris and low health, but with no kit available and so far removed from the site, by the time they got there, just would have had no time to clear sight as well as get that defuse coming on in. And I don't think it's worth trying to take away these weapons, especially considering where their money's at. IMF does have to be careful. Can hit Chris is running at him, and that is going to be a free kill. Every little helps.
Yeah, it's typical Blame F. Gets himself the exit. Yeah, it's one of the problems with the CT economy as it is at the moment. You'd like to see team giving that a go. You'd like to see them having a push in, but realistically, the percentage play is to back out of that.
Yeah.
And you can see it's going to leave them in a really solid position coming into this next half buy. You've got 2 rifles to back up, an MP9 and a couple of upgraded pistols. Still plenty of firepower on the board and plenty of potential to get some damage done. And every damage they get, I mean, again, you look over at that T-side economy of OG, they're still only rocking a 1,400 loss, and they're still spending a lot of money to get in each of these rounds. Only 2 players alive from the previous, so not really building up any bank behind it, which is always going to be a little bit problematic, as it looks like they want to go for something a little bit swifter through the apartments here.
I like the idea. We talked about wanting something scrappy and a little bit unusual, and hopefully this is going to be it. But the problem they've got is they've got 2 sets of guns trained on them. Beautiful kill there from Christian, but Blame F, the spray transfer, impeccable. Gets 2, and that's given them the advantage. Molotov's going to force him out, but he's still got this angle, still got this line of sight to keep on fighting. There we go. Peeks in. Nexi is taken down, going for some more as well. Blame F tapping away Fiku, and now it's just Modo left.
1v3 to try and contend with, and Afro's having absolutely none of it. Lovely work. And Blame F, I mean, that's just a really nice position for him to find himself in. A little bit of space, a little bit of time, a smoke to work around the edges off. It's where he does his best stuff. And I think OG just perhaps guilty of getting a little bit complacent there. You saw a couple of players swinging the site while not trying to clear Blame F out of Pit Mini. It just makes it all too easy for him to tap away. Even the player in apartments, right? He's too busy, too focused on trying to get the kill out towards long. Nobody's really looking at Blame F because they've dumped utility there. They presume he's playing passive, and he takes full advantage of that. A lovely round to find, and it's one we were talking about the economy being just a bit all over the shop for this East side, and it's one that's going to make it all the worse. The force into this is ugly, and almost immediately it's stripped away. A couple of opening kills from Mattis down Banana. At this point, this round's done. It's an 11th on the board, and you're probably looking at a full eco from OG after this.
That's what I was about to say, like, during the previous round. All it takes for them is for one fluke eco or scrappy buy to go slightly awry for OG, and suddenly their whole half is up for grabs. And fnatic, they abuse it, and as you said, this round already looks kind of done and dusted. The money is going to be in shambles, and Body looking to finally hammer this one home as well, put them on 11, creeping ever closer to, at the very least, securing overtime.
Happy just to sit back at this point, knowing they've got all the control, all the space, all the time in the world. They don't really need to contest either of these. Matties and Body are well set up inside of the B-bomb site. Everyone else is locking down A. So there's a couple of players looking to poke in. I mean, we've seen Modo pull off some pretty nice moments, but traditionally an AWPer, he's going to have to pull out something pretty spectacular from the rifle if he wants to make it happen. They are actually going to go for a little bit of a fake here. Couple of smokes up, send Fiku in. BlameF has bitten on the rotation. The problem is there's so many bodies that as Matties gets the kill, there's still 2 inside this A bomb site. Although Buzz strips it down to 1 and makes you think maybe, just maybe, a quick trade on the AWPer. That should be a bomb plant coming through as well. A nice little financial win for the T side as he buys himself a 1v3. AWP in hand, and he's starting to think about it. Smart play. BlameF just backing off the angle, knowing that the AWPer is going to be trained on it at this moment, waiting for his teammates to group up out towards short. Buzz, this is going to need a miracle. It's a lovely no-scope for the first, but it just baits him right into the crosshairs of BlameF, gets the job done. I mean, it's damaging. It costs them a lot of money, but they've got such a buffer around at this point. I don't really think Fnatic are going to care.
No, absolutely not. The money that they have on them, the fact they managed to keep that AWP on over as well is just more financial security for them. Look at that, BlameF before the buy had 7k, still sat on 4 grand, which means that no matter how the next round goes, they've got one more buy in them. If they can push this, because the buy is not going to be incredible from OG here, they push it to 12, they secure themselves at least overtime. That's a really comfortable position to be in. You can play a little bit fast and loose with the rules then. And then OG just have to keep the pedal to the metal. They don't have any rounds that they can sort of stress test anywhere. They don't have any rounds that they can maybe forgo an opening pick and go, oh, well, it didn't quite go to plan, but we'll do better next time. Is that this is the decider round. OG, they need to pull something miraculous out here to try keep Fnatic from that map point.
Miraculous is the right word. It's definitely just felt like the firepower isn't on the same page. OG, they've had some nice ideas, they've had some moments, they've had plenty of 5v4s that could have been converted down clean, and they've just never quite managed to get them over the line. It's always been a little bit of scrappiness coming in for Fnatic to get it back. This one, yeah, this would be quite something. I mean, a handful of upgraded Deagles. Expect maybe a couple of kills from some nicely placed shots, some nice timings, but realistically, the amount of firepower, the amount of utility that Fnatic have got available to them here, I mean, you can see already they've locked out Banana. Second smoke goes down to refresh that. And now they're going to start peeking things. BlameF wants himself some eco frags, manages to get one. Nice trade from Crizzen at the very least, and a smart HE from Afro just to try and keep that rifle as far away as possible. That was a quick switch without shooting, but it's not punished. He's able to reset cleanly enough.
It's a tough position to be in here. It looked like they were just choking them out of the map. And if you have a look at how far Mattis and Body have pushed as well, they might be looking to try stop them coming back because they are crawling back to mid towards B. If Mattis can get more than one, I'm stopped in my tracks. Does fall, but Body just going to fall back here. Hold fire. And unfortunately, also taken down. We talked about needing a miracle as well. And suddenly the B site is completely empty. Crimson Afro miles away. That's a bomb plant guaranteed, and actually, they're still tied up here with Crizzen.
This is going to get ugly. Afro's managed to bail out a dodge, and he's read the situation well enough that that extra player is just going to be rotating into support at this point. Bomb will go down on the back of Modo. But there's honestly a decision to be made here for Fnatic. They've not got a lot of money coming their way, and they've not got a lot in their back pockets. It will be a decent enough buy, but I sort of feel like unless they get gifted a pick here on Afro, this is looking like a save already. And yeah, Crims is utterly uninterested in going anywhere near this B-bomb site. So we are going to get the miracle round, and it's sort of, I don't want to harp on because my opinions on BlameF are well known, but he takes an early peek, he goes down 1 for 1, and then you can sort of see how the round spirals out from there. They lose that initial control they had towards middle. They try and get proactive with it in another direction, and they trade them down cleanly enough. But then when you're in a situation where it is a 3-on-3, a 4-on-4, all it takes is one moment of magic. And that's exactly what we got. Nexus hits a really nice shot onto Body top Banana, but taking that 3-on-3 into a 2-on-3, the B-bomb site completely unoccupied. And on a map like Inferno, you're not going to give that retake a go.
Oh, it's one of the worst maps ever for retaking. I hate playing CT on this map. I am actually surprised it's one of the maps that hasn't sort of leaned into being T-sided yet. Is one of the things that has quite surprised me. Now, Afro looks like they want to take a little bit of an early peek mid. Molotov'd off, however. I actually think the Molotov bounced back. Afro
Gotta love that.
Yeah, the jump throw's going has ruined the days of a lot of people here. Body has taken a couple of bullets. Afro gotta be careful as well, because Buzz is crawling on around the base of the apartments here. Actually, just gonna fall into the trap.
No.
Spotted! That one hurts to watch. Matters a couple of bullets through the smoke. Not gonna find anybody just yet, though. And fnatic, so much control. OG, they've not managed to find a foothold anywhere. Banana, they're trapped between two smokes. Actually, they've managed to send Moto back with the bomb, and they're gonna be sending him ult mid as well.
They've sort of got to. They're really not aware of what kind of apartments control they've got. They've still not technically cleared Afro out. They've heard someone exiting the apartments, but they really have no information. Normally, you'd see a second player in there, so they've got to be very conscious of that. And that's exactly what we're going to start to see here. They're going to work their way up to the apartments, try and clear it out as a unit. And again, it becomes a bit of a game of timings here. I mean, Crim's is in a good enough position to back Afro up. But how much are they going to press through these apartments? Fiku has got the full nade set to double flash out. That is a lovely timing on the molly, though, from Crimson. That's going to buy some time. Fast flank now starting to come in. If they can kill the mid player, the AWP of Afro can start to turn his attention back around towards the apartments, and that's exactly how this one looks to play out. Crims goes 1-on-1, but that's about all you needed from him, realistically, because Afro's there, or is he? Lovely shot from Crimson. Afro caught between two mines, caught between two angles, and Crimson is continuing to have impact. He's read the flank of Body to utter perfection. Flame F spamming away, can't quite find the connection. Mattis trying to be the hero, traded 1-for-1 by Nexius, stuck inside of the site now, and it's Mattis with the spray down who will save fnatic their blushes. Felt like an absolute lock. Crimson did everything he possibly could to not make it so, but it's going to be fnatic with the map point.
Feels like a tale as old as time with this one, with Crimson just doing his damnedest to try to find something to read on that flanking apartment. As you said, perfection there. But the fact that it doesn't come to fruition, that one hurts a little bit, because it feels like OG earned it. It coming down to the 1v1 there. But here we are, map point here. On OG's map pick, no less. A little bit of a concerning factor here. And now OG, they've got the equipment to do one more final push here. It has to be now, and but the opening pick, and actually Nexius getting that second one as well gives them the player advantage. But what we learned in that first half is player disadvantage seems to mean nothing to fnatic.
Afro's in a tough old spot here. If they push him cleanly enough as two, it should be an impossible one for him to get out of alive. Just toying with the idea of falling off of it now. It's going to be a game of those timings, though. Moda's well set. He tries to get re-aggressive and tries to push something in. There's three players waiting for this exact peak. Nexius is going to go for it, and the shoulder peak's not quite clean enough. Nice shot from Afro, and that levels us back out at 3-on-3. He falls off the angle immediately. So not really pressed by any of the counter utility that starts to come in, and now he's got a game to play. Wants to go back in for more. He wants to get this peak, and well, if he can clear out top Banana here, he can call these rotations to perfection. Buzz is right there, right and ready, but Mattis and Crims just all too ready to face him. Clean enough kill found. And with Afro posted up over towards B, there's nothing to stop them. Yeah, just clean rotate into the A site, turtle down, and just get ready for this hit to come your way.
Absolutely. That AWP having line of sight, Banana knows that there's nothing coming there. And as you said, hunker down on this A site. Lovely crosshair established. It's going to be Mattis that's tested here. Gets a first, going to get the second. Clean 13-7 to end this one out. Not a shadow of a doubt in fnatic's mind there. And OG, they had some moments of brilliance. And Crimson definitely tried their best to keep some semblance of a map on their hands. But alas, just not meant to be. Now, going into map number 2, is there anything you want to see different? If you could change one thing to hopefully make map number 2 go slightly more in OG's favor, because of course they're going to need all they help they can get on Anubis. It's not their map pick. What would you be saying?
I think we need to see Modo on the AWP sooner, more frequently, and that economy just sort of behind OG a little more. It really did feel like, especially in that second half, they never really got it under control. They were constantly on those sort of half buys, ugly buys, not enough utility, not quite the full bank that they want to achieve what they're going to try and do when they set out at the start of the round. And fnatic, they have the firepower where if you are a little unsure about what you're trying to achieve, a little unsure about where you're going, they're just going to punish that every day of the week. So I think getting Modo on that AWP early, and also just putting some pressure back on Fnatic. It really did feel like they had the run of it. On their T side, they picked the pace, they picked where they went. OG just sat back and let them execute in. On the CT side, Fnatic played proactive. They got into the apartments, they got down banana, they kept that pressure on constantly, and they just didn't let OG breathe. I think we've got to see almost a complete flip of the script in that regard.
Absolutely. But that is going to be it for map number 1. You are going to have to come back in a couple of minutes for map number 2. We're going to see if OG can bring this back and go for that reverse sweep. We will see you shortly.
Well, we don't normally call 13-7 a particularly flattering scoreline, but it really did feel that way for OG a little bit towards the end there. It was a bit of a domination on Inferno, of course, their map pick. And the problem is we're now heading to Anubis, where it doesn't really look like it's going to get any better.
No, the one saving grace that they have is they will be starting on that T side, and given how well Fnatic did over when they were playing earlier today on Anubis, it's a little bit worrying because we went into that second map and we were like, there's no way Fnatic takes it to a third. They gave us an incredible Anubis. And so I think maybe if they can keep that momentum up from earlier, this might be over and done fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those really unfortunate ones where it sort of feels like nothing Fnatic do wrong and nothing OG do right is going to massively change the outcome. It really does feel like there's just a bit of a firepower discrepancy. But we sort of talked about it, and there are sort of some, not necessarily win conditions, but ways they can make this either less painful or more competitive. And I think the big one's going to be seeing Modo on that AWP. I think we need to see him out with it early. If it's T-side, get him into canals, get him peeking, get him proactive. If it's CT, we need to see some aggression. We need to see something to take the pace out of Fnatic sails. And well, it's going to be a fast-paced B play to start things off. Straight into 3, though. Nice flashes over the top, but you've got to clear those Julies out, guys. And they don't. And they are punished. Brutal.
That was over and done in the blink of an eye. BlameF just held down left click there. And got 4, actually. A shame he couldn't quite get the ace. Had that stolen away by Mattis. But OG, this is not the start that we wanted to see. In fact, so far from it. We said maybe we wanted some aggression. That's not what we meant. I think also just kind of unlucky that they ran into the stack there. But at the end of the day, it was BMF doing the heavy lifting. It was one person, didn't clear him. And now, unfortunately, they're going to pay the price just on the pistols here. Not a single cent in sight. And they are just going to be creeping on forward.
I mean, I'm not really sure what they're going to try and achieve here. It looks like they want to maybe pop into E-Box. And, I mean, yeah, maybe that's all right. Afro's only gone for a P250, so if you can potentially break into a site where he is, which he has rotated over towards B, there's an isolated fight to be taken there. The problem is he's got 2 rifles to back him up. And with an M4A1 and a FAMAS here, you really don't feel like these pistols are going to get much of anything. BlameF doing what he does best, drops down out the window, gets a couple of eco frags. Mattis and Body able to back him up. Only the 1 casualty. They cycle the rifle onto Afro. It's pretty much as clean as you'd like from Fnatic. And this is where we need to see something a bit more out of OG, right? We've got a pause coming in for something, and it's going to give them a bit of time just to think about how they want to play this. We need to see just sort of anything to disrupt what you would call sort of standard operating procedure for Fnatic, because thus far it really hasn't gone much beyond that.
No, absolutely. The full front aggression didn't work for them. I'd like to see them maybe try take a fight mid and then try feel out whether there was any space to work with after that, because it feels like they've tried to push that B side both times now to disastrous effect. Maybe give it a little bit of a rest there. Alternatively, they're maybe trying to condition Fnatic into leaning heavily over towards B to then mysteriously go A. But who knows? Match pause, I'm guessing somebody has had a little bit of technical issue, which in the day and age of CS2, who can really be surprised? Does give us a very quick second, however. We can have a look at how the other matches are going. In case you stayed with us for the whole break, you didn't have a peek. 3D Max versus Falcons. It's going to map number 2, and it was actually 3D Max that took that first map. It's kind of crazy. It was a 13-3 as well. Eternal Fire versus Cloud9 as going to its second map right now. Eternal Fire took map number 1. And Heroic versus Bait. Heroic took map number 1 in overtime. So needless to say, it's been a little bit of a crazy day all around for the IEM Rio qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons are a bit of an oddity. So I can see a world where 3D Max get that done. And to be fair, going towards Nuke, I mean, this is a full French stack. Why would you let them anywhere near Nuke? Because it is just a home for those sort of teams. And I'm just having a quick nosy at the numbers now. And it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. The rifle went nuts. The AWP went nuts right behind him. It's the right players turning up at the right time. But other than that, I don't think it's too abnormal. There's nothing too crazy going on there. It's sort of it's very pre-major vibes is what it gives to me. We were talking about this a little bit in the in-between. Teams tend to get a little sort of blinkered around the idea of the major and getting ready for that and getting prepped for that. And some of these events, they'll either not be 100% prepped for, or they'll take a bit of a gamble. And I think we've sort of seen a little bit of that here and there where teams go, we will just beat these lineups more often than not. Definitely when you see Falcons picking up something like Nuke against a team like 3D Max, you know they're not going to have done as much homework as they would have liked, and certainly not as much homework as they would do against certain other teams. So it does open the door for rosters like 3D Max who do have the potential. And I mean, we've seen it recently, got some great finishes in some big events, to potentially pull off an upset where they can go away and go, right, we've not got anything big on the horizon. We can just full focus this. Let's do our homework, do our prep, get these maps ready and get ready to roll.
I do like that these sorts of events around the major, they do open up the opportunity for more, I don't necessarily want to say tier 2 teams, but teams that you don't necessarily see in all of the S tiers, in all of your IEM events as well. Because a lot of teams, as you said, their focus is on the major and the qualifier. And with qualifiers being so weird this time around, it feels like there's even more pressure on them right now as well. So teams that have taken a backseat and gone, we know that we've not qualified for the major because of the new Valve ranking system, whatever. We can focus and channel everything into our research for this. We can go into IEM Rio and we can absolutely smash it out of the park. And I think is what we're seeing right now. But looks like the wonderful admin and League Ops teams in the background have managed to fix all of the issues. So we are back into the game in round number 3. Hopefully, Fnatic, they can keep up the momentum from those 2 incredible starting rounds after this break. I think that's one of the issues with so many tech issues in CS2 is that the starting, stopping, the chopping and changing can sometimes mess with some of the players' heads.
One perk of this Fnatic lineup is most of them are old hands at it, and they've been in it through the good old days of CSGO when it crashed constantly and had network issues and you just have to pray it worked itself out. So I think they're definitely one of the more established teams used to these sort of things going wrong in front of them, but we'll have to see if OG can maybe pull something out of the back pocket here. It's a relatively passive setup again from them. Fnatic not pushing the issue either, not looking too keen to get involved on the CT side initially. A fairly standard 2-1-2 split. Trusting Body to be that rotation player. Afro working the AWP into an A main angle. Normally you'd expect to see that AWP a little more proactive, but this time they're setting him up beautifully. HE comes in from Blame F, pops the smoke, he gets a gift. And you can see the reaction almost immediately. The CT side are going to start rotating an extra man towards B. Afro's going to work his way back in towards mid and start to help covering those angles. And they've pretty much got OG exactly where they want them now. They've got the read, they know what's coming, and they can't clear out this AWP. So it's just pick on pick, apart from Matties, who's looking completely the wrong way and gives his life up to Nexius.
Yeah, Body got a little bit scary there, pulled out the utility in the wrong peak at the wrong time, could have spelled disaster, but the smoke is just going to funnel them back all over towards A. Now Crim's that Molotov, going to buy a little bit of time. Afro lined up, ready to take the shot, doesn't quite get the kill on it, but Crim's ready and waiting, back up there, saves his team's bacon, and now Crizzen, where do you even go? He's trying to find a little bit of escape to save this AK, because it's going to be the only thing it's going for him in the next round. But Body, however, ships in the night. They are just crossing paths. If he chooses to head up towards spawn now, might just catch him. But Crizzen holding to the angle, loses the fight anyway, and Body takes that weapon, gonna steal the AK as a trophy of his win.
Loses it after time as well, so he doesn't get any money, which just makes it worse. And OG have now got a really tough decision to make. I mean, Crizzen, he's forcing. He's got $400. It doesn't matter how much loss he's getting next round. He's not buying anything nice. Rest of the team, it's a slightly different question. I think Nexius is kind of buying into the we're going to force around him, but the rest of the team seem less than convinced. So a handful of upgraded pistols here and there, a little bit of armor, just to try and, again, get some damage, because these opening rounds have been a little too clean for Fnatic. That one especially, 4 rifles still up. Body even managing to save over that AK, as you mentioned. So plenty of firepower kept up, plenty of money starting to build up in the bank, which is a rarity these days for a CT side, puts them in good stead. What have OG got to try and change that picture? It's a bit of an awkward setup, actually, this one from Fnatic, with 3 over towards B, 2 to A. They've not really got any cover in mid, so as this A split looks to come in, you can see the pressure starting to mount. They're going to charge down Con straight through the molly. Blame F, well, he does well to get one. They need teammates to back them up here. Nice shot from Fiku onto Afro, and Crims is isolated. Fiku will grab another with the Deagle, and this one's on.
is they managed to get a little bit of a pincer onto the site here as well. One of their pressure smokes expended on an angle that no one was even coming from. Buzz, missed shot, spells trouble. Matt is going to take him on down, going for some more taps away. Double peek here. What could Kristen even do? They scoop back up the orb. Plenty of time for the defuse, and OG, we said they found a little bit of a weakness, a crack in the armor in mid that they could exploit, but unfortunately the retake just so incredible there, led the charge by Mattis.
I think slightly helped out by the fact they were lacking a little bit of firepower there. Buzz did not look comfortable on that AWP whatsoever. Nope. That was a pretty aggressive overflick to end up in the middle of nowhere as he went down. And Fiku and Kristen, it was a little bit of miscomms and a little bit of the fact that Kristen just didn't have any health whatsoever. He was really stuck. He didn't want to peek, but Fiku thought he had him covered from main, so Fiku goes a little too wide, gives away the free kill, and you can just see how it deteriorates from there on out. We'll still be able to get the rifles into this one, though. Modo does get that AWP in his hands relatively early on in proceedings, which is what I was after. What can he do with it, though? That's the problem. He's over towards B for now, but not looking too interested in giving that one a peek.
No, I wouldn't be either. Now, they are trying to work their magic slowly but surely over towards B. Once again, they're trying to push through E-Box. This has only spelled disaster. Mattis has a smoke there that could cause some issue, cuts up the team and stops the attack. They could try burst through it. It looks like that's what they plan to do with the utility. Smoke's coming out to try block lines of sight here. Unfortunately, still not able to work any footsteps onto this site.
Just struggling to get past. The spam through the smoke is doing so much work for the CT side. And with 3 players here ready to go, they're actually going to pop flash through the smoke. Matty's trusted to get aggressive with it early, and he's managed to deny the bomb plant. Buzz down to desperately low health. Body continuing to just crack heads through the edges of these smokes. He gets the AWP down low, USB to finish, and he's just staying alive, just being a nuisance inside of this B bomb site. Finally cleared out, but with so much damage on the board. I mean, Afro is even on a fast flank from B main here. There is timings left, right, and center for this T side to consider, and they are utterly trapped at this moment. The low HP Buzz will hit the headshot, and maybe that just opens up half an opportunity here. Problem is, Crims has still got a HE. If that can clear out Buzz, it leaves Fiku in a very awkward 1v2. BlameF starting to work his way out now. Nice spray, manages to rein it in and deal with Fiku. And Buzz, well, he was tagged so desperately low by Matties in the opening moments. He manages to get that bomb down, at least gets a little bit of cash in for his team, but he's just not got the health to compete. There'll be a 5th on the board for fnatic. And I mean, it's good damage. They get into the site, they get the bomb plant, they get 3 kills. The problem is at 5-0 down, you're already starting to think damage doesn't matter, economy doesn't matter. The only thing that we really care about at this point is we need to start getting some rounds on the board. Exactly,
and economy all well and good, but even when they've had these buys, it hasn't led to anything spectacular either. The fact that, you know, Body managed to stay alive, just dancing around the bullets being in use, I would have liked to seen them, because I think BlameF was hanging back a little bit, use that opportunity in that window to push up. They could have potentially stopped the bomb pump, but at the end of the day, fnatic 5-0 right now. You cannot complain what they're doing. Recipe for success. Now, you talked about wanting Modo on the AWP. He's got it right now. I'm curious to see what they're planning to do with it. Because it doesn't look like they're going for any early picks or aggression. They are just sitting back and hoping that fnatic play into them. And BlameF actually might just do this. If he peeks mid, there's a lot of people waiting for him.
He's going to be mollied into it, or is he? Oh, no. It was well set. Looked like the perfect play. BlameF mollied in, has to go for the peak, has to get proactive with it. Krisen there for the punishment, but the molly, well, it doesn't quite hit. The second one will, and it'll force BlameF wide. Goes 1 for 1. It's not a bad result for the T side whatsoever. Enables them to start pushing into that mid control. Problem is, where do they look to go from here? With Modo tagged down to 10 HP outside of B, if Afro can get this pick into A main, it gives them a fantastic opportunity just to hold on to A main, even if the A site split comes through. Buzz wanders in, and Crims, well, he's more than up for that task. So now Afro can concentrate his attention towards Connector. You can see already there's a rotation from Matties to start covering exit and making sure there's nothing funky going on there. A drop towards the B site's a novel idea, but Body is here ready and waiting, and all he's got to do, again, he's done this before. He's just got to stay alive on this angle, buy a bit of time, but he can't this time. Matties goes 1 for 1, and that makes for a decent opportunity in the 2v2 for OG.
Yeah, backup is already here, though. They're looking to split it. If Afro can isolate one of these fights, may well be able to, but unfortunately, Crims is taking his sweet time, pushing on through, hiding in the smoke. And as he goes round for the fight, Crims is actually going to win that one out. Fiku's quite far removed from the situation. Bomb is planted for him, and it's going to be difficult to weasel him out of here. But the pincer coming on through. He can hear the footsteps. All he has to do is buy a little bit more time here. The Molotov going to force him to act here as well. They can hear the tick damage. Is just going to allow for Crims to hold. Zafro defuses. Beautifully played. Beautifully done. And that is the 6th round. Flawless so far for Fnatic.
Again, just making it look a little bit too easy in those moments. It's a nice 2v2. It's a nice setup, but Crims, he reads the situation really nicely, puts himself into B main. You can see the AWP only sort of half aware on Modo of that being a possibility, expecting perhaps something more standard like a Temple Speedway retake, something like that. Gets his life taken away, and from there, Crims has that Molotov in his back pocket, uses it well, locks out the angle, knows that with the default plant, it's not a great plant for the E-Box player. They've got to swing at least a little bit wide to get it done. So he drops a nice shallow molly in there, knows he's going to force that fight on his terms, and it's well executed to get them their 6th on the board. And I mean, we're seeing it's very similar to the flashes of what we got on Inferno, right? It's Fnatic are making small missteps that are allowing OG to get into these situations, because the last couple of rounds have been site retakes. It has been OG have got somewhere with it. They've got themselves into a decent afterplant position, but then they're just lacking the firepower after the fact to really make those afterplants competitive. They're just getting a little outread and a little bit outgunned, and it's just all adding up to result in what we've got here, which is a 6-0 start. I mean, Krisen's 1-6, Modo's 0-6. Nobody's really flying, and then you look over at Fnatic and you've got Blame F on 9-2, Matisse on 8-3. There's just too much space for these individuals to flourish at the moment.
One of the other things that I really like about Fnatic is that they've not felt the need to get over-aggressive. They are more than comfortable just to sit on their hands and wait, because at the end of the day, it is the T side that has to make the move first if they want to win. And Fnatic, they've not been drawn into over-aggressing, over-peaking, and it's been working really well for them, because OG, they just look so uncomfortable with this aggression sometimes. And the only times that it's really worked out for them is when you said when they've made faux pas Fnatic and they've left somewhere a little bit too open, undefended, and OG's just had maybe the lurk or the sight to have a look in that direction. Prison getting aggressive in mid, however that smoke's going to cause some issues. Body in the perfect position, however if that smoke fades, it's going to cause some problems. He is trapped in here by that Molotov, and there are 3 gun barrels on the other side of this smoke. This is dangerous, but look at that. Both try and peek as the smoke fades, and unfortunately neither of them are going to get the kills, and now it's just Blame F on this site to try hold it down here as well. Dodging utility left, right, and center. Actually, might just be happy to sit tight in this smoke. I hope that they don't clear him. He gets an angle, gets one, gets a second as well. Allows him to get a third, and suddenly this round back in contention. And OG, how do you fumble it like that as well? They hadn't even cleared the site properly. And that has allowed for Fnatic to bring everyone back on over. That bomb not able to be retrieved, and it's just Chris now. That spam going to alert to his location. Molotov going to force him back as well. And with 30 seconds, there's not really much that he can do here.
He's stuck. He's completely stuck here. It's just small mistakes compounded. Crims will get him through the smoke, but it's actually OG's own smoke. They go a little too shallow in the temple smoke. That gives Blame just half an angle to work with, and that's all he realistically needs. They think they've completely cleared the site. He fades his way out of that smoke really nicely, catches a nice angle. Again, arguably the E-Box player is on that trade and should have it, even if the 2 site players go down. But that's, again, that slight firepower discrepancy. Blame F just a little more attuned to what was going on. And it's another one for OG that they're just going to look back on when they're doing the review of this later and think, how on earth have we let that one slip through our fingers? It's an absolute lock of a round. They've picked both the players on B and towards E-Box. I mean, 3v5s, we talked about 4v5 conversions being like in the 30s most of the time, percentage-wise. 3v5s are basically impossible at the pro level unless something mad happens and you're just giving them away.
Yeah, padding those HLTV stats, you know? You gotta get that 4v5 win rate percentage up, you know? But yeah, it's been an incredible series here for Fnatic, just at complete loss with numbers coming back. Insane round wins. But OG, I think that timeout very much needed to come in. Dare I say, a little too late as well. You've already let 7 slip through. and you're on the favored side here. Anything else that Fnatic can get is just gold dust here. Blame F. Once again, the mid defender, but choosing to hang fire a little bit just in case he's needed on that A side. Actually, gonna award them a little bit more respect in mid than I particularly like to see. And that is going to open it up for the chance for them to take this site. However, Afro quick on the trigger as well. They've got Crims waiting, trying to see if anyone comes from Canal. But Boz doubles down with the deagle. That's huge. Blame F, however, still kicking and fighting. And look at that, bought enough time for the rest of the team to come hurting onto the side. Body with one. Actually, Blame F taken down here. But what do you do if you're Buzz? Not retreating, that's for sure. No retreat, no surrender. Fnatic, they want to take this one cleanly. And I don't want to jinx anything, but if this keeps up, I really don't know how OG is going to try break the streak here. Because it looks like everything they've tried has just sort of fallen flat here. They've tried playing passive, doesn't work. Fnatic doesn't budge. They tried playing aggressive. They went into Blame F with Julius, who just mows them down, you know?
Yeah, it's sort of getting to that impossible point now. 8-0 down. Nothing they do is working. Everything Fnatic do is working out perfectly. I mean, that's just Blame F straight through a mid-smoke to get it to land. Fiku, well, he gets one in response. He deals with Matties, but again, so much damage done on the extremities of the map. That's 2 dinks from Body. Admittedly, the man advantage is here for OG, but it's at such a significant consequence. Or is it? Lovely shot from Nexius through the smoke, deals with Blame F, and this one perhaps starts to get a little sketchy. Perhaps there is half a chance now for OG to try and stitch this round together. There's one man alone over towards A. That's Afro. He's got to cover absolutely everything at the minute. And Blame F's dead. Crims is starting to think that maybe there's something going on towards mid. So he is going to abandon this B bomb site. That will allow OG on a timing to get into this and buy them a 3v2 after plant, which they have not had a lot of opportunities to convert on.
They have not, but unfortunately, it's also allowed for Crims and Afro to team it back up together. No one is left on the site in this disadvantageous fight. And it is a retake, and Fnatic, they've been good at them. However, at a loss, nothing particularly working in their favor here. The smoke clears just in time for Buzz to have slipped away. Now Crims clearing every angle painstakingly slowly. They've got a lot of utility left on Afro, however. A well-placed smoke over towards main could spell trouble, especially with a quick flick like that.
There's the smoke. They're going to lock this one out. Modo has got a lot to do from this angle, and Afro is just having absolutely none of it. They tap the bomb, bait the spam. It's got to be a stick now for Crims. Afro not looking the right way, but does he think he's got the bomb diffuser? He can't land the spray in. Everything is coming up for Fnatic right now. There's just nothing OG can do. That's a really nice afterplant situation. That spam is pretty pedestrian by most team standards these days. You've got the nice gaps in the smoke. You can see if you're landing it. That bomb plant offers really few angles to defuse from. You don't have a lot of room to maneuver yourself around the edges of it and get yourself into sort of a different position to defuse it. But the spray takes the wrong man out of the situation. Afro goes down. Crims just braves it, sticks it. Why not? You're 8-0 up, makes it a 9th. OG using another tactical timeout does start to feel like it's too little too late now. Like you said, I'm just not sure what OG have got left to try.
The defuse bait there, the decoy on the defuse, because of course you kill someone while spamming in the exact location you'd expect someone to be defusing. And surely they're both not stood there, right? That is, what a round to win. When I tell you the visceral reaction I had there. But Fnatic, as you said, is everything's going their way. The sun is shining on them today. And OG, the economy on the T side just allows them to keep trying to force into this. But unfortunately, it's not particularly working. Chrisen is going to eat a nade and a half there. And Afro, he's boosted up, he's posted up on this angle, gets the first, backs away, has Crims just to keep sure that he gets away safely. Blame F's got one on the other side as well. Crims is burning alive, however. Flash doesn't quite know that he stood in the fire, however. Is going to be saved by that smoke coming on through. And now Body, if he peeks this at the right time, unfortunately everyone has cleared out of canals now, but does have a handle on the situation, funneled over towards A, where they've already watched so many of their fellow players die.
It's a nice setup now for the CT side. Afro well posted in towards the connector. Crims, he's got the util to stall this one out. Knows he's just got to play the timing, play the angles. Afro might get a bit too keen here. Nope, never mind. He still hits his shot. Crims goes 1 for 1, but that's all you realistically needed of your side player there. Afro last up, and he's just feeling it now. They really are just enjoying themselves in the serve of Fnatic. It's actually quite nice to see. Makes a change. And at 10-0 up, who can blame them? OG just don't have the firepower to compete with this lineup at the minute. It's an unfortunate one, and especially in the context of, you know, potentially qualifying to IEM Rio. This is a really new OG roster. Lots of young talent. It would have been great to see them kind of get that sort of experience, but sometimes I think you've just got to accept that it is a hurdle too far, and barring a pretty miraculous turnaround here, it is looking that way for OG. I mean, maybe if they can skim these last couple rounds towards the back end of this first half, it gives them at least something to build off. Second half pistol converts, and you can kind of see the way through, but they really are running out of opportunities to make an impression here on Anubis.
Yeah, Crim's out in the open. If they can get the pick on him, that leaves the site, I say, a little bit weaker. Actually, you've got Blame F and Afro looking in mid, not too far away. So quick on the rotate as well. Flash is going to call that Molotov on out. Crim's just going to hunker down backside. I say going to hunker down backside. Actually trying to take the fight to them. Does go down, but already has that support, we said, from mid. And they're just picking them up, knocking them down one by one here. Afro still going, spots the leg, isn't even phased by the nade. Going to be a little bit of a distraction there for Blame F to peek round, but it's Mattis that gets the kill instead. And Fnatic on 11 going into the final round of the half.
Yeah, they're just queuing up for it now. They are literally just queuing up to get their kills to boost the stats. It's getting a bit unfortunate. Again, it's just a nice play from Fnatic. They are just doing the simple things right, and they just have the firepower to make that connection and work it. It's not anything particularly smart. There's some nicely timed flashbangs at the very least, but it's not taking anything particularly spectacular for OG. The ideas are kind of falling a little bit flat now as well. We've not seen perhaps a slightly more complex take on a round to try and force Fnatic into a mistimed rotation, get someone on the wrong side at the wrong time. It's all been fairly direct, and it's not looking like we're going to change the plan on that too much here. They certainly seem to feel like they were maybe a kill or two away from making something happen with that A-site take, because they're going for the exact same again, and it is almost to the letter a replica of what happened previously. Crims this time can't get the molly out instantly. It's a little bit later than expected, but he's still here. He's still kicking, and it's carbon copy, except this time Crims isn't even going to go down. 3 kills from the rifle. Crism does very well and actually will double his account, which opens up potentially the timing for a plant. He wants to toy with it. He wants to go through that smoke. Won't do so initially, but that's just going to draw Fiku right into the crosshairs here. Last man up, Crism. He's close to heaven. He does well to get one, but the trade is immediate. It's pretty instantaneous. And, well, 12-0. What can you say?
They're even going for the team damage here as well. That's the half. That's it. 12-0 is where we left off, and 12-0 is where we will pick back up this pistol round. All that stands between OG and elimination from IEM Rio Fnatic, all they have to do is one more round to keep this run alive and to secure themselves a very tasty 13-0 scoreline here. But can they do it? Let's head into the pistol round. We all remember how the last one went. flameF just mowing down on those dual Berettas. Does history repeat itself?
It's going to be fast towards B again. It's going to be the same situation. And Body has just opened up onto the first. He's gone burst fire here. Matty will at least trade the death when he tries something a little too cheeky. There has been one kill on the backstab already, and with two players headed in fast, they've got to get control of sight here, Fnatic, and that's exactly what they do. Matty deals with the Temple player in Fiku. Krisen will catch flameF, just not quite aware of his angles, but still into the 2-on-2. The P250 spam from Afro won't quite land, and Krisen will hit his headshot. It's not going to be my first 13-0 in CS2 commentary. It's going to be a first round on the board for OG. And it's something. It's a little bit of positivity.
That is a light at the end of the tunnel now. 11 more rounds to go to bring it back and to bring it to overtime. But the game is still going. That is all they needed to do. Unfortunately for them, however, Fnatic got the bomb down. So that is enough money to try force the issue and try stop them getting any further rounds off the back of this as well. But of course, if there is any way to get back into this game, it would be that pistol round. But now the buy, it's a little bit messy. Of course, CT economy doesn't allow you to really have necessarily the greatest buy on that second round, but hopefully it's enough to work with. They're having a little bit of a look towards E-Box, and actually Fnatic, they're happy just to be a little bit patient at the start.
Knowing that while they lack in utility, they arguably have the firepower advantage. It's not a bad call. Just wait, bleed the util. Courtesy of nothing but clock running down. They've taken the mid control here. Just putting a couple of warning shots in towards Buzz's position. And this A split is feeling very, very powerful. There is going to be a counterplay. Aggression out of B main, which should reasonably be heard by Matty's here. He should be able to call exactly what's happening. And you can see the reaction starting to come through almost immediately. Crims is working his way back up T-stairs, looking for these flanking players. It's going to be a game of timings on this. Lovely shot from Crims. Body, meanwhile, has managed to rip one open. He's gone all the way through Temple, background Speedway. Fiku, while he rescues a kill, is not going to be able to rescue this B-bomb site onto the fan. Matties wants this kill, and the spray down combined with Crims will find it. Modo and Buzz left in the unenviable position of trying to stitch this 2v4 together. Afro having absolutely none of it, and that will be the job done. They lose one round, but that is going to be all they lose. Fnatic making it look pretty damn simple at the end of the day.
Absolutely, a masterclass there as well. And necessarily, I don't even think it was always Fnatic being on top form. The reads were really good, the firepower and the passion was there as well. But a lot of it, I think, was OG just struggling to find any weakness, struggling to find somewhere to try push. The one round that they got was a pistol round as well. So that's quite an unfortunate one, unfortunately. And that is that IEM Rio run over. However, that is going to mean that there is a couple more games ahead of Fnatic here. Now, they might have a rematch against teams that they played in the upper bracket previously. Hopefully, this has given them a little bit of confidence to go forward and try seize the rest of the matches and series. But alas, that was God, feels like only minutes ago we were at a break. You know, what was the point in coming back to us? But beautifully done there as well. You got any closing remarks, Wolfie?
Not any particular ones. I mean, they are going to be facing Cloud9 in the lower Fnatic, so I don't think their IEM Rio run is going to be going too much further. But of course, we will have to wait and see for that to happen. From myself and Affinity, though, a nice quick one to end the day. So thank you as always for watching. Make sure you go check out the other streams that are still live. A couple of the games went much longer than us, so make sure you go check one of them out, and we'll see you again very, very soon.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
last 2 rounds, and Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest.